Another week, and an exciting week this is, because Coin Pusher Reloaded releases this week on Steam for free, I remind you. And I'm very excited for that. But I got no work done over the weekend. We need to make up for that this week by putting our collective brains together and working our asses off on Coin Pusher 2. And I think by the end of the week, what I'd really like to have is the Wild West area fully done and designed. And, you know, we might come back to this, of course, and touch it up some more, but I want to have this... I'd like to have it as finalized as possible to give us an idea of what one of these themes looks like in terms of scope. And then we can jump into some of the more technical aspects and start figuring out how we're going to solve some of these issues behind the scenes, and also work a bit on progression. Like, there's a lot that we have to put together first before we can jump in engine and actually start making gameplay. We need to do the technical work first to figure out whether or not this is actually achievable in the way that we want to achieve it, or at least that we know how to do it. So, first things first, Wild West theme, we need to continue with it. I did a little bit of work over the... Like, I was off on Friday, right? And then I did a little bit of work on Saturday, but not too much. And I've just been trying to figure out the layout of the information and how I want to create a template that we can just copy, paste, and fill out for the next two areas, the Haunted Hotel and the Stylized Fantasy area. So this is kind of what we're going for. Main goal, we have the main mini game. We have a persistent minigame. This is the one that the player can play at any time and isn't triggered. I should remove the trigger from that, by the way. But this is the one that isn't triggered and the one that the player can play at any time to obtain some coins and maybe some other rewards. It's not going to be very efficient, but it should still be fun and engaging in that way. And then we have the three triggered mini games. No, 3 triggered mini games. Sorry, I keep forgetting. It was only 3, right? No, it is 4. Runaway minecart, whiskey glass toss, shooting gallery, safe cracking. That's right. Okay, I was right. It's 4 triggered mini games, and those will be ones that you trigger from obtaining items on the table. In some case, it might be multiple items. And we'll have trinket buffs and debuffs for each of these. We'll have achievements for each of them. So there will be an in-game achievement system, which we need to add a page for. So there's going to be an in-game achievement system. And we need a page for the trinkets. We're not going to fill them out today, though, but I will put them there knowing that we need to fill them out. Okay, I'm not too unhappy with the runaway minecart. I mean, I think that one of the things we need to ask ourselves here is, how often do we expect players to play these mini games? Like, if a theme takes 3 to 5 hours to complete, let's say, and that's just kind of the initial goal here for each of the tables. It might end up being shorter, it might end up being longer, but I would like to at least get to 3 hours for each of them, so that when when we put like a price tag on these, if we want to expand on it further with some of these other themed area ideas here, that we say, okay, we're gonna price this one at $3. That, you know, it feels fair, that it feels like there's enough gameplay there for the price of the coffee that we're charging. So in that 3 to 5 hours, so let's say theme playtime goal, 3 to 5 hours. Minigame iterations. I mean, we have, I guess like gameplay percentages really matter here too, because if our core loop is playing these themes, you know, how much of, let's say, 1 hour of playtime do we expect the player to be spending doing minigames? Because there could be some cases where, you know, I want the mini games to be enjoyable, and obviously, sure, it's the most ideal, pristine goal to make your mini games replayable infinitely, but that's just not possible. And I think that in some cases, watering down the uniqueness so much that it becomes infinitely playable means that the game kind of loses those interesting aspects. So I don't want it to be infinitely playable, and it doesn't have to be infinitely playable. I mean, there's really only two aspects to our game. There's mini games, and there's the table. There's the coin pushing, the dozering that's going on. You can say dozering and mini games. I mean, the first numbers that come to my mind are 80-20. A part of me is thinking that 20% mini games might be a little bit low. I mean, let's think of it this way. If 20% of the hour, 12 minutes, let's even round it up to 15%, or not 15%, but 15 minutes per hour is spent doing mini games. And if these should take 3 to 5 hours to complete, then that'll be 45 to an hour 15 of time is spent per theme doing mini games. And we have 5 mini games. At least in this theme, we have 5. We have a persistent one, and then 4 triggered ones. "45 minutes to an hour 15. I'd almost want more time. I don't know. Oh, it's kind of hard to visualize. And 15 minutes is just not a lot of time. Per hour. That being said, I think some of these mini games will naturally take more time than others. I don't think the whiskey glass toss is particularly time consuming, and I don't want to put a goal for the amount of time spent doing the whiskey glass. If people are wondering, it's like the carnival. It's like this, right? This is kind of how I see it. It's like the goldfish bowl toss. I mean, this is a maximum like 1 to 2 minutes, right? The runaway minecart is more of a consistent amount of time just because you don't actually control, you know, the minecart like going faster or slower. The shooting gallery, again, that's kind of a consistent amount of time as well. The safe cracking, which I don't know how that's going to look like yet, is probably the more questionable one. It's the most volatile and unpredictable for how much time it'll take the player to do. I mean, it really depends on how it looks, right? It depends on how in-depth it is. Hey Grist, how you doing, man? Seems like a safe option. How you doing, dude? I I was reading a lot of your posts over the weekend on Twitter, and I was reading a whole bunch of people because of course if you click on one thing on Twitter, right, it shows you everybody else's post from the entire world about it. Yeah, obviously we know who it was about, right? Thread Interactive. Oh my god, I just can't with that kid. You've gone way too deep on that clown. You have, yeah. I feel like to me it has very similar feelings to like if you talk about stop killing games. Very similar, and I'm not saying that they're both like evil behind the scenes or anything or anything. Try not to saying that at all. But what I mean is that if you speak out, even it trying to criticize some of the claims or desires of Stop Killing Games or Thread Interactive, you just invite this massive wave of people that don't really seem to know what they're talking about onto you, even if your intentions are good. Because of course, anybody who uses Unreal knows Lumen and Nanite aren't perfect, and I think most people who use Unreal would argue that they probably released these technologies too early, and they shouldn't be turned on by default, maybe. So it's like, there's legit criticisms, but then if you try to say, well, also Nanite is good for this thing, boom, instant wave of hate. The Simpsons meme, won't anyone think of the children, yeah. For a long time I've wanted to, the problem is I'm not like a technical person. I'm not like an engine programmer. I can't talk about in detail what Nanite and Lumen do, but I don't even know if my understandings of them are more in-depth than even what Threat Interactive is saying. I feel like my understanding of these technologies are surface level, but I do feel like I understand enough to know, okay, we have like a coin pusher game, right? And we want to have these different themes, like a Wild West theme. There's no need for a dynamic day-night cycle or even dynamic lighting. So I'll just probably turn Lumen off. We don't need it. We can bake our lighting. Do we need Nanite? Well, we have very small scenes. We're probably not going to be doing enough draw calls or have complex enough geometry to warrant Nanite. So for this game, we're probably going to turn off Nanite and Lumen. It doesn't mean that they're bad technologies. It's just we don't need them in our scenes. And I do feel like to some extent there are developers that don't ask those questions. They think, oh, we're making X game, Nanite and Lumen make our game look cooler, or, you know, we waste less time on iterating LODs, let's just turn these things on. Do we want to decode the guy? What I've learned is that just cherry picks all these disparate tech and say, well, why don't you do that? But it's like you and I cherry picking our dream game and then blame Ubisoft for not making that game. It is kind of weird, because I don't know if you were in the chat when we had the guy who was arguing with me for like 8 hours while I was playing Battlefield 6. And the cherry picking really just doesn't, I don't know, I don't know what his end goal is. I can only say that similarly in my own life, I am very much a authority questioner. In fact, I've had it noted on my report cards ever since I was in like 3rd grade. Oh, Joey's getting okay grades. Problems, questions, authority. I mean, I do this all the time, and I also have, you know, struggled in certain workplaces because I will just voice my unfiltered opinion about things when I think something is bad or when I see a problem. And sometimes I say I see a problem because I want to start a discussion on how to fix it. But my goal is always to make something better. It's not just, this is shit, and here's my thousands of reasons why. It's always, I want to make something better, and I want to have that discussion. So I get the purpose of making criticisms and making videos criticizing these technologies or about Epic's actions. I have my own criticisms working as an Unreal dev. But it doesn't seem like he wants to have that discussion because he is just constantly blocking people who try to engage in that discussion. Like, he comes into it full steam ahead, temperature turned up to 1,000 degrees, but then any time somebody rebuts with like even 100 degrees of the same heat, instant block. It just seems like pure rage baiting, and That's it. Stupidity wears you down over time. They win on stamina. He's got a lot of stamina, I'll tell you that. He's I'm right, you wrong. Or go Pyro Software, hold my beer, watch me do this better. Yeah, there's a lot of ego with this. It is very similar, you're right. It's good. That's a very apt comparison. I think that the most astounding thing is that, you know, he claims, as far as I know, he claims to want this money to make his own anti-aliasing solution, which is great. You know, I too am not a big fan of temporal anti-aliasing solutions, but I also understand that Lumen and Nanite are built to use that temporal information. So, but I don't know anything deeper than that. I do want an alternate solution that isn't MSAA or the Nanite Lumen rendering pipeline. It'd be great. I mean, I don't know why he needs money to do it. If he can just do it, right? Just make it. If it's good enough, you can sell it on the Fab marketplace and people will buy it and you can make your 900,000 from that. Plus, he has to be making some money from his YouTube. Why can't he just... I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. He's apparently making a game, too. What up, Cold Fox? Can we play the platformer game and find an Easter egg of a tiny raptor developing games? We do need to put more raptors. I think we have a themed area for, like, prehistoric... Yeah, I'd love to do that. But I feel like we would need some dinosaurs in there, and I'd have to get somebody to model and rig those. Unless there's like some really cheap dinosaurs I can buy. Dinosaur pack, that's expensive. Not really. Are they modeled? Rigged? Basic animations. Yeah, okay. Could be done then, maybe. This Microraptor seems to be developing a game. That'd be pretty fun. I think, you know, if we just don't run out of ideas, I think we can do it. But we need to not run out of ideas, and I feel like we might run out of certain ideas. It's hard to think of enough mini games to cover even 3 themes, let alone going up to like 5 or 10 themes. I did think a little bit about the safe cracking minigame, and I wasn't too sure about what we could do with that. I want to continue with that thought though. So you have like a safe, right, in realistic Wild West setting. And I was thinking, okay, maybe we can pull from like Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, where you have to analyze the safe, see who manufactures it, and then find the weak points or find the quirks in order to properly decode it. But it's a mechanical safe. It's not like a bomb, you know, it's not like there's different colored wires. There's no wires in a safe like that. So I don't know if that is even doable in the way that we want. And then I was thinking, okay, maybe you have a mayor's office. What if we model it off of like Escape Room Simulator or other like puzzle games, like The Room on Android? You guys know that series? Like those little puzzle boxes? Like what if you have to find pieces of the, you know, safe code hidden around the office? But then it's like, okay, well, how do we realistically accomplish that to where it feels like it's fun over and over and over again? And at that point, you know, we have to go so deep into designing something unique that we are basically just designing not even a mini game, but actually just a whole separate game. I don't know. There will be a fishing minigame. It will be in the stylized fantasy theme. But I was thinking that we could actually pull from Cauldron Chronicles for that, and we could have the core goal is to help in the coin dozering machine, the coin pushing machine, you have ingredients that will fall. And as you collect those ingredients, you can combine them to make potions and then provide them in a, a very simplistic, like, like little simulator game type way where it's like, oh, this person wants a basic health potion, so combine this and this to make a health potion. And there will be a fishing minigame in there. I mean, one over and there will be a fishing minigame. Any game that doesn't let me fish or swim, instant fail. I don't know if we can let you swim. Well, maybe. I mean, there will be like an underwater... We did have like an underwater theme, I think. Did we? We do now. We are developing the sequel to Coin Pusher Reloaded. It's going to be even bigger and better. Definitely some technical challenges, though, that I'm a little bit unsure about. It sexually identifies as an attack helicopter. Nice. That is the best gender. I love it. I love it, Kenji's. That's a great idea. And then you can get that that DC helicopter pilot to fly you. Coin Pusher a little bit with many locations? Yes, in a sense. I don't know where I put our main image. Here it is. So you move between themes. And these are like Coin Pusher Reloaded, but even better. And then you have some meta progression in between the areas. Some global currency, maybe some randomly generated trinkets that provide buffs and debuffs for different mini games and areas. I think it's doable. Gender pacifist. What is a gender pacifist? Safe cracking. I don't know. Safe cracking. Like, we could just make it easy and we could give you the 3 numbers. We could also make the numbers. We could make players do math. Ooh, making the players do math would be fun. Because people are not very good at math. People hate math. It's a joke gender, aren't they all? And plus 1 equals why do you hate UE, bro? Don't worry, Duritz, we're just paid by Epic Games to shill for Unreal Engine. I'm really sad. It's really sad that I think that you did miss the Battlefield 6 stream where the guy was saying Nanite bad, Lumen bad, and he said, because he watched Thread Interactive and he believed him, and he was saying, oh, Nanite blurs meshes, makes them render twice, and is a post-processing effect. And that Epic was in bed with Nvidia to purposefully make games run worse so that people have to buy new GPUs. That was the conspiracy. That was a wild stream. I just imagine the protagonist going from pusher to pusher because he keeps getting kicked off each one. And it equals auto LOD framework. That's all it really is. Yeah, it's really like Nanite. I mean, they basically said it in like the first video that they showed of it. It was just our goal is to at most render 1 triangle per pixel. That's it. So there is a maximum cap at fidelity that your monitor will be able to see, your resolution will be able to see. And so we have developed a framework to automatically handle LODs so that at maximum 1 triangle per pixel. That's it. Lumen, yeah, Lumen is ray tracing, but Lumen is also, I don't think players understand how expensive ray tracing is. Like, it's really, that's really it. It's just expensive. It's really, 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 really expensive. I don't know how else to put it. Yes, screen space is cheaper, but screen space is not very scalable for long distances, and doesn't have the greatest fidelity. You want more fidelity, you want ray tracing. I'm gonna pull up paint. Let's draw. A pushback is I have 11th gen CPU and RTX 4090 UE sucks. And I'm like, bro, your CPU's holding your GPU hostage. Well, that's the interesting thing, is that what I didn't know was that Nanite actually helps with CPU because it offloads most of the work to the GPU. Great. We have really powerful GPUs. However, Lumen is also really taxing on the GPU. So it's like games without Nanite and Lumen will probably use more CPU than GPU, and your game will probably run fine. And I think Nanite is really great of helping to offload on the CPU, because then you can put more game elements into your game, right? You can have more tick stuff, you can have more, I don't know, mathematics stuff going on in the background, whatever. The problem is that I feel like Nanite and Lumen took, you know, if you have, you know, old games over here where you had your CPU and your GPU. I know it looks beautiful, right? My handwriting, wonderful. Old games over here were generally like this, in my opinion. And I feel like with Nanite and Lumen, they've pushed it down to here. And like this up here. Like they're both really taxing on the GPU. And I feel like we just need, not only do these technologies need to get cheaper to run, like they need to be better optimized, but also that GPUs just need to get better. On top of that too, one of the things that people don't understand about Nanite especially, or primarily, is that Nanite requires really good SSD. Like you cannot use an HDD with Nanite, not gonna happen. And arguably speaking, even to some degree, if you have Nanite really pushed to the max in a scene, you probably want an NVMe drive. I didn't realize until recently how taxing Nanite actually is on streaming. Put a ray tracing option when you turn it on, it summons a giant ray that traces some shapes across the scene while you play. Yeah, it's like the old Harry Potter game where you had to trace the shape to learn a spell. Putting the original game on pause and working on the smaller game was a really good decision, much more achievable, and I've already gotten more done in 2 weeks than I did in months. Nice. Keep winning, Kenjis. We use mostly CPU-bound operations, so it mirrors instructions a lot to the GPU. Ensures you don't hit kernel limits on GPU bad. Some people don't quite understand games are still heavily CPU-bound. They mirror a lot of data to send to the GPU in order to keep GPU focused. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Athano, thanks for the resub, man. How you doing?
Atano just subscribed. Good luck on the release.
Thank you. I will hopefully push that green button and nothing will explode. But we're gonna do that on Thursday. I have a 3GB mesh. That IO read speed will kill your game performance, but that's data problem on any game. This is true. This is true. And on top of that, there's a lot of misinformation about how much space a Nanite mesh actually takes. I don't understand why this is so confusing to people, but if you look at literally any thread on Twitter, and I can maybe pull up one here because I have one. Where is it? So I saw this post, right, on Twitter the other day. I know some technical game dev people follow me, so what is making these games so big? 113 gigabytes, 150 gigabytes. By the way, there's like so many very obvious reasons why anybody in the game dev sphere can tell you why massive amounts of high fidelity characters and uniforms are taking up so much space on your computer. But there's so many people that are just talking about like nanite, and people aren't optimizing their games. Storage space is limited. The fewer games you have installed, the more likely you are to spend more time and money on their game. What? Oh, I do see some of the posts getting pushed up now that I'm talking about textures, but the first like day there were just massive amounts of likes on people talking about how they weren't optimizing their games. Thank God somebody's actually getting likes here. The textures are the biggest parts. I wouldn't even say that custom animations should not be expensive. Animations are just data. I would think animation data can compress down well. Although I've never looked at the size of an animation, but I imagine it's pretty small. It's mostly just textures. Like you have, I mean, how many unique players are in NBA 2K25 and 2K26? And then how many, you know, you need a unique texture for each of their uniforms, or each of their bodies and faces. You need all of that very highly detailed. It's mainly just textures. I mean, you would need literally a unique facial texture and body texture for most of the characters. And it's mostly faces, because you can probably duplicate body textures. Upscale 2K texture, but then you get thread interactive crying into a microphone. Thread interactive is so weird. Literally nobody takes him seriously in the game dev industry. Okay, ignoring this. Let me get this out of here. We have a mayor's office, right? And this was primarily meant to be like a backdrop to the game. Was this mayor's office that you go into. And somewhere within here, there's a little safe. That's our goal. And we want a safe cracking minigame. So on this safe, you have your dial. And my initial plan was just for you to be given those 3 numbers and rotate the dials until you hear clicks. Like, that was kind of it. The problem is, I don't think that's very fun. I don't think it's there's no strategy to it. It's mostly just listening. And it's not the most... I don't know, it's not the smartest to do it with just sound only, because some people might play muted or with sounds turned off. So primarily from like a UX and also kind of an accessibility thing, we probably shouldn't have sound only for this. And I want to make it deeper. So I was thinking, okay, we can go to like keep talking and nobody explodes, where if nobody is familiar with that game, very fun game, where you defuse a bomb and one person can see the bomb and the other person reads the manual. And you can't, you know, the person seeing the bomb can't see the manual and the person reading the manual can't see the bomb. That's kind of the intention of the game. And so you have to communicate and talk about it. And there's different little quirks. So one of them might be, well, cut the red wire if the serial number on the bomb ends with a even number. It's cool, right? You have to communicate that, and you have to read it. Hey, go check for the serial number. Okay, I see the serial number. Does it end with an even number? No, it ends with odd. Okay, let's go back to there. How many white wires are there? There's 2. Okay, so cut the right white wire. Is there anything that we could take from that to a Wild West safe? I don't know. Unless we just say, fuck it, and we make the Wild West save not realistic, and we go more arcadey, which I'm okay doing. We don't need to... First and foremost, these themes should be fun and immersive, but not so, you know, it's not like Red Dead Redemption, right? We don't need to make this safe so realistic that it's just a mechanical save. So maybe we could pull from this and say, let's put some additional information. Let's make like 3 manufacturers of saves. Wild West saves use glycerin, so you can have a minigame where you need to mix the chemicals right before you can detonate. You want to blow up the save? We don't actually have a whole lot to do with dynamite in the Wild West theme. I was thinking that it could be fun to have like a moving train going around the... Maybe. Hey, Sunrise. Is this a Googling stream? It is a game design stream, so yeah, there's gonna be a lot of Googling. Game design is a lot of boring problem solving and writing documentation and meetings. What if we have the area and we have a train that goes around the area? And let's just say, for the sake of argument, the coin pusher table is right here, right? When you obtain the trigger necessary to play the safe cracking minigame, like let's say I don't know, a key or a code or whatever, we find the train on the map. And we can run your camera to it. And it's on the moving train, so you get some really nice audio. You might get some nice backdrop too, because let's say it's on like a let's say it's in like a a carriage. Can I get like a old train carriage? It's perfect. Although I kind of want one of the ones, well, whatever. Let's just say that it's like right here, and we can put like the safe up near a window so that you can see out while you're cracking it. That could be kind of nice. And you can see it going around the map and looking at the little town. Could be doable. Hey Codex, you run one just like that in December in the mountains of Colorado? Fuck, that sounds amazing. That sounds really beautiful. I hope the weather was good. Not like foggy or something. Okay, so let's say that we... Slightly unrealistic safe. Multiple manufacturers with quirks. Manual to under... Can read manuals for each to understand quirks. Keep talking and nobody explodes. plus a little bit of Papers, Please. Inspiration. Figure a combination of quirks to understand. Code to crack. I mean, the player would start with, let's say the player starts with some digits of the code. And we could do like pin pad. Dial. Is there anything unique we could do with a key? We could make like a... Retina pluck out their eyes. They did up the mountainside with decorations? They put decorations on the mountains? That's pretty crazy.
There it is. Probably our train.
That does look really fun. Oh, I miss root beer. Hard to get root beer here in Poland. And if you tell people about it, they'll be like, oh, it's beer, so it has alcohol in it? You have to explain, no. It's like ginger beer, it doesn't have any alcohol. It is fun. Good family experience too, I imagine. I like it. Oh god, it was the mask era. Can we just delete every video about COVID and that like took place during COVID times? Oh, that's actually my wrong YouTube. That was my personal YouTube. Like random foraging videos and Asmongold videos mixed in there. You root your way, I root my way. Got hooked on root beer when I lived in Seattle for a bit. Dude, it's so tasty. Root beer is, and like Dr. Pepper. Has anybody tried mixing Jaeger with root beer? Jaeger with Dr. Pepper is good. I wonder if Jaeger with root beer would taste good too. I bet it would. Your wife hates it? Oh god. So I imagine you're filing for divorce pretty soon, right? What are some other types of safes? Almost if I search this, it's gonna get like... Okay, there we go. We have pin pad, we have dial entry. You know what a third one could be? We could do like a key with pins. Kind of like the Oblivion minigame. But instead of just pushing up the pins and clicking to get them in, it could be that there are pins and they have to be in certain positions. And so you're given like, okay, pin number 1 should be in position 3. And let's say there are 4, right? Let's draw this out. So the inside mechanism, and you have little notches, right? And you have to push the pin into the position. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, or like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't matter. And depending on the quirks of the safe, you have to say, okay, well, the first pin says it should be in the second position, but because the serial number on the safe ends in an even number, then you need to move it up one further. That's doable. So this will be number, dash number, dash number, dash number. Dial will be the 3 numbers. And this will be pin and then position. So we can do like, well, I was gonna do pin, number, pin, but they're both P's. So maybe it'll say in the manual how to decode that. And we can do maybe 5 or 4, or I don't know. Maybe we can do 3 to 5. And that should make it, I think, different enough per playthrough that it feels unique. Exactly, exactly, Codex. If 2 hinges do XYZ, if 3 do AB, exactly. You have it figured out perfectly. You do silly things too, like original logo versus rebrand logo. Ooh, I like that. I'm gonna write that down. I love that. Keep typing if you have ideas like that. You know what would be really cool is if we can allow the player to play these minigames at any time. Just for the fun of it. Like maybe they just really find this enjoyable. Or even to get achievements. I don't know. Door opens on the left versus the right. Fuck, I love that. Okay, quirks. Serial number, we can say even, odd, number of digits, ends with, starts with, sequential, alphanumeric, should be good enough. Hinges number. I don't know, number of screws. Who the fuck knows? Door. Opens left, right. Official or knock off. Color. Sure. Maybe shape. Like, is it a cube? Is it a rectangle? Is it wider than it is taller? Taller than wider? Shall I just keep safe there? Shape there. Decorative detail. Decorative. What might that look like? And before you say it, yes, I want to do a bank theme where the main goal is to rob the bank by coin pushing and like solve and like playing mini games. Like once you're, you know what would be really cool is if there are different mini games depending on Okay, I know we're supposed to be designing the Wild West theme, but I just thought, okay, what if there's a different mini game for when you start the bank theme, and like you have to like pacify the people, and then once you get through that phase, then you go to the vault, and there's a different mini game to break into the vault, and then once you're in the vault, you have to play a different mini game to collect the money or break into the safety deposit boxes. Too many ideas. Will Smith Wild West tech is there for the taking, just called Steampunk Wild West? Details. Jesus Christ. Let me buy with Google Pay. Let me just charge that to my card real quick, so I can store my watches. Stop sending me expensive. Jesus. I've never even had this much money in my lifetime. I've never owned this much money. Like, combined. This safe is worth more than I am. Do you really ever own yet? The wheel, the turn. I don't know what to call that. The let's just call it the wheel. Number of pegs. It's in pounds too, so USD it's like $1 billion. AUD pound is like trillions. Yeah, and in Canadian it's quadrillions, right? I like to call euros European dollars over here because it pisses off some Europeans. Why is everything dollars for Americans or bucks? I think this is a good start. I think this is a good start to the quirks. I mean, if we have to think, if the dozering, I put down here before 80-20%, right? Which means that realistically, these will be, dozering is 80% of 3 to 5 hours. That's going to be 24, 54, 126 minutes. So let's just say 2 hours, 4 hours. And mini games will be Is that right? Did I do my math correctly? Close enough. Close enough. I think I did. It'll be 45 minutes to 45 to an hour 15 roughly. Hey Lepus. Although it looks weird when it's written like that. And this is just our playtime goal. It's very possible that we make a theme that is, you know, longer than 5 hours to get through its main goal. It could take shorter. I don't know. But we need some numbers to put out there so that we have an idea of how much time each of these mini games should take. And of course, then how much time should the player be spending in the average hour or the average theme playing mini games versus actually sitting at the dozer table. And I don't mind if we end up pushing this from 80-20 to like 70-30, but I would like dozering, the pushing, to actually be the primary thing. But I can imagine that the mini games themselves are unique, and the dozering is kind of samey, that some players may want to play mini games more. I don't know. We'll know a lot more once we get a first playable made and just see how it all feels together. Too early to judge right now. Let me put an idea down for way to play any unlocked mini game. And maybe can still earn achievements, but not loot, question mark. Because I want there to be an in-game achievement system, and some of those achievements will be tied to actual system achievements, like Steam achievements. And I think it'd be fun to enable the player to earn those achievements by playing the minigame separately, so that if they were trying to specifically farm those, they didn't have to like sit there and spam the coin pusher machine even though they've already beaten the main goal. Whatever, you know, it's... If you're a min-maxer, do you really want to be, or a completionist, do you really want to be forced to play through, you know, content for hours and hours and hours just so that you can get to play that one minigame for 5 minutes? In my opinion, no. And it would be way better if we just allow the player to play that minigame at any time if they want to be a completionist or if they just enjoy it. Though I think that this part, not loot, is kind of lame for a casual game. Hey, take care, Codex. I will have fun game designing. Thank you for the ideas. I really appreciate that. Let's aim for 3 manufacturers. They were more than considerable. They were perfect. They were right up the alley of what I was trying to make. You understood exactly what we were trying to do and came through perfectly for it. I love my alliteration, so I'm gonna put a lot of alliteration into these. What are some fun ones? Maybe we can do like some Wild West references. I would really be remiss if I didn't include a Good, Bad, and the Ugly reference somewhere. What was the name of the graveyard in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? The grave was unnamed, but the graveyard. Sad Hill. That's not the most usable name for a safe company. And obviously, you know, like the Man with No Name had, they just called him Angel Eyes. We can't. Gotta be some good. I mean, we could do Sad Hill. It'll work. What's another good Western we could do? I would love to put one for The Searchers. We could do something like John Wayne. Okay, we got a John Wayne reference. We have Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. How else could we contribute to the Wild West references here? What if we cut out the... Wayne Locks, and we can do... Would be a good, like, synonym here. If we do safes, locks, is there something else that we could do? Hey, Andre. New game, new game. New day, new game. We keep working on the same games. What do you mean? I feel like vaults. We can always change these names later, by the way. These can just be like the first ideas, the iterations. Shut up. Same 5 to 10. When have I ever worked on 5 to 10 games on stream? I think maybe I'm hitting the limit of 5. You're going to be happy to know that for like the next year, we're going to be going big dick on this game. And Into the Chasm. Well, that depends if we can get the art for it. That one we can talk about later, because I'll have to do some work for that this week, maybe. Good enough. And we'll tie... Do we want to tie entry codes to specific manufacturers, or do we want to say that any of them can generate in any way? Maybe instead of pin pad, we can do like rotary pin pads, like rotary pin. How the fuck do you call it? What are the pin pads where you rotate the numbers individually? Is it rotary? I can't even find an example of one. God damn it. What the fuck is it called? Wait, there was one back here? Not these, not the dial. Not the dial. Like these. What is the name of this mechanism? The fuck is that? Hold on. Grok! Save me, Grok. What is the name of this mechanism? Don't fucking say a lock. Hold on, I should have been specific. God damn it. No. No, the type of pin rotary mechanism. Lock. Centrist, but exclusively uses Grok. I actually think Grok is pretty good. Rotary combination lock mechanism. So does a rotary. Yeah, but then it shows a dial. Wait. It's just combination lock. Okay. So instead of a pin pad, we'll do a combination lock. And that way, these are each like mechanical and it doesn't feel too, it doesn't feel like too futuristic for a Wild West theme. Yes. That way this is literally all mechanical. Combination dial, pins with positions, all mechanical. I feel much better about that. Okay. Setting takes place in train that loops around map. In front of window with map with the town visible outside. That way you have some visual candy and some nice audio stuff too for the feeling. That should be doable. Is there any like good picture of like a safe in a train? I know that like Red Dead Redemption had Red Dead Redemption train safe. Had like these. So I think our goal is like something like this, but with a window in the background. Maybe the one with bars. That could be cool. I like that. That can work. Whether or not we can get the assets for like an old steam locomotive is going to be Jesus Christ, I don't need an interior. It doesn't have to be amazing. And we can always make an empty carriage. Hmm. Some of this is a little bit overboard for what we're doing. Although I don't hate this train. It'll definitely save us time if we can get it working on the railway and just, you know, place down a spline and let it go. We can attach wagons. Pretty nice. Could be doable. Could be doable. And then we'll just make a custom wagon for the way that we want it. I'll add that to my wish list. I wonder if I have to log in again. Of course I do. It's not bad. Not bad. The most complex part of getting the player out into the train is going to be the camera, because we want to do a... We don't want to have any cuts in the camera for cases like this. I'd like for the camera to all be kind of, you know, considered one shot. So we would need to transition the camera from the table to the train. And the train could be anywhere around that loop. And I don't want it to fly through buildings. We could instead go, like, up above. Big Jaguar, thank you so much for the raid. How you guys doing?
Makhauar raided my stream with 9 viewers.
What up, guys? Happy Monday. Hope you're doing well. What were you working on today? I think we could fly the player... I love these half-finished drawings. I think we could fly the player above the map and then out to the train. So it would be two transitions. The first one is we go up and then we find the train. And that way we can avoid going through any of the buildings specifically. That might be the easiest way. Well, the most good-looking way. I'm playing some Hunt Showdown today. Gotta go get some food, no worries. Thank you so much for the raid, and take care. Yeah. Hope to see you return. Fly player up above the map and then to train into. That could work. I don't hate it. 3 manufacturers, 3 different types of entry codes that will be, you know, should feel different each time. And then we have the quirks, and we need to then just write up the instructions for that, code it all in, and I feel like that'll be a pretty fun feeling minigame. One that, at least for the course of playing it through for that theme, should feel fun. I like it. I like it. Let's write up some documentation about that and how that's gonna play. Okay, safe crack, and we can delete this. taking inspiration from games like Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, the safe cracking minigame, will require the players to use a set of incomplete numbers, I guess we could say numbers, along with their observational skills to deduce the correct code to input into the safe and order to crack it open. Shut up. I know it's a long sentence. I was thinking the same thing, you track. I know. Shut up. I don't want to see it. Get out of here. Jesus Christ. God forbid somebody actually reads the documentation. Nobody's going to read this anyway. Nobody reads your game design documents. The safe is located in a train wagon that itself is part of a train that circles the map. Got the team that is going to make. You would be surprised. A lot of them don't read the documentation either. I don't know. In my experience, the only people that really read in depth the documentation for things are other designers, sometimes, producers frequently, and once in a blue moon you might get a programmer to actually read through it entirely, but those are the exceptions, not the rule. How do they even know what to do? Well, by constantly asking you. Nah, I think some of it depends on type of documentation, length of documentation, whether or not well, there's miscommunications all around, right? If you go into a meeting and you explain a concept to like 10 different people, you will be really, really lucky if you walk away from that with only 3 misunderstandings. It's really hard to communicate what's in your mind onto a piece of paper. Very difficult. Pre-Marina, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Happy Monday. Safe is located in a train wagon that itself is part of a train that circles the map. We'll just do a rough drawing here. Let me throw it up here. Town. Hope you're having a good one. And this is the train, the train track. I mean, you know, we could make like a station, maybe here in the background that it, you know, it'll go through. It won't stop there or anything, because I don't want to have to program in that. There's no point for it. Extra detail if we really need to. I'll put it there. Just for you, chat. I'll put it there. Okay, that'll work. The save is located in a train wagon that itself is part of a train that circles the map. And we can get a picture of the interior. Maybe, is there one that I can find with... Maybe I can just... I don't know. There were postal carriages. Old train... Post carriage. No real interior to these though. I want one of the ones like without seating. Maybe there's a specific type of carriage. This would be for compartments of seating. I can't really find one. That's frustrating. Vintage train. Nah, it's old train, like... It's all like exterior. Or shots that don't really match the vision for it. What would they have called the cars with, like the carriages or the wagons with the money in them? That's something like money carriage. Was it even a real thing? Did old trains used to carry around money in carriages? And what were these carriages called? Guards vans or luggage vans in the UK? Mail cars were used for it. Maybe I should just use car instead of carriage, because car is the English term, or the American term. Ooh, yeah. They do have... Yeah, that could work. I wonder where they stored that, though. Lieutenant Conqueror, how are things going? I'm trying to find images for the inside of a mail car, and exterior, to be fair, of where the money would have been stored. Yeah, how are you? Sorry. Hard for me to focus on two things sometimes. Got wheels on it. Pretty cool. Express cars. No. That doesn't have it. I'll try the guards van or luggage van. There's brake van. I see some guard vans here, but none of the interiors. What am I working on? Design today. I'm going big dick on design. Guard van. Okay, I see them. I need interior. We'll make something up if we need to. It's not a big deal. And it's possible that they didn't have a whole lot in there. And to be honest, I think I prefer the post van, the post carriage anyway. I mean, this just looks way cooler. The people are nice because they give references for size. References for dick size, yeah. Let me pull that up on stream. Oh, I'm banned. I'd love to see... I don't know, I really would love to know where they would have stored the money. Like, was it just in bags? Did they have a safe that they locked it in? Or the mail cars, where would they have stored the money? Safes and strong boxes secured within the car. Fortified section of the train with reinforced walls, sometimes barred windows. Can you find me a video or picture of the safe strong box in one of these cars? Probably not, but you know, we can always try. Herring Hall Marvin Safe Company. I love that name. Oh, dude, look at that. Railway Express Agency Strongbox. That's amazing. It's so cool. It's 5,000 bucks. Insane. Interior context. Is there an interior here? Yeah, there's a couple of shots. These aren't bad, actually. Should have tried good old Wikipedia. Wow, dude, those things are just moving tanks. I love the rivets. There's no mention of like currency though. All right. Kind of weird. Yeah, there's the strong box. Postal Museum. Brock is pretty good at finding reference images, isn't he? B&O. That's not a bad interior shot either, actually, on this background here. Got it. Safes were deliberately kept out of public view to deter robbers, so they were rarely photographed. Still, I'd love to find one. Catcher pouch? The fuck? What is a catcher? Oh, a hook to catch mail awaiting pickup from a moving train. That's wild. No, this isn't bad. I like this for the interior just because of like the ruggedness to it. This is not bad. And it's a lot less busy than the mail car interior. And we don't really need to even model all of it. Bruh, what you need? What's going on? There's some drama. Can I add like a... Can't. Fine. It's pretty obvious that's the exterior. Should we grab the raw link? Will that actually link? Oh yeah, look at that. That'll work. Okay. Moving on from that, now that we found a couple nice images. In the wagon, a safe is spawned on top of a table with a good view of the outside through the bars of the wagon's window. I almost wonder if we should make the... make a sub-page for the minigame. Probably not for two of us. It'll be enough to have a call about it. with locking mechanisms, or lower some reference safes, we'll just say. Other people's 3D models, by the way, are just fine. Like, they work for us too. Doesn't really matter. We just need some references. So I'm okay if we pull some images. That's fine. Realistically, we do want them to be a bit smaller. Ooh, some nice props. That's a pretty cool one. That'll work. Okay. These really would be better in a separate thing. Maybe I'll make a subpage. I don't even know if these will copy properly. They did. They did. Okay, we can save this then and publish. Copy the code. And up here we can just reference that then, so we can delete these. Reference image article. How do I handle it? The safe should have a nice view through a barred window of the town as the train loops around the town. safe itself will spawn with various features generated in a way that what's the right word to use here? Not formulaic, but for lack of a better word, we'll say controlled way enables us to parse a code from the unique quirks of the safe. That creates a lot of questions in my mind, though, if I'm reading this for the first time. I'm not gonna ask rhetorical questions in my design documents. Kind of cringe. Each safe is randomly generated, but done in a way that provides us with a specific code that matches its features. I guess what would the right method of generating these codes be? We would what's the right method of system creation here? I think randomly generate a code. Randomly generate a safe. But again, it does have to be in a controlled way so that the quirks can be reverse engineered. I think Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes does this in the right way. Where they treat them as mini games, and then the mini games pull the information from the qualitative and quantitative information on the bomb itself. But not all minigames pull information from the qualitative and quantitative aspects of the bomb, such as the number of batteries or the serial number, but rather they're aspects of the minigame itself. Yeah, port, appendix, labeled indicators. There's a very beautiful separation of elements here. We have the digits of the entry codes. We can vary the numbers here. We almost need a multiple, so if there's... X18. Well, there's 3 manufacturers. They can each have different mechanisms here. Types of lock mechanisms. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's smarter to generate the pin first or generate the safe and then... I don't know what the right direction is for that. Well, if we don't have starting numbers, then we don't know what the ending numbers should be. If the ending numbers need to move or need to translate up or down, right? So if the combination lock is digits 0 through 9, let's say, and the starting number is 0 in the first position, then subtracting numbers would indicate that we need to go back to 9. So how we translate those numbers is going to depend on the type of lock mechanism. The only reason I'm thinking this deep with the low level is to make sure that it works in the low level. Even though we're not going to write super low level into the document right now, I want to see, can this work deeper? And if so, then we can write some of the stuff down. Otherwise, we'll, try to fix up those design holes. Because if design holes exist on the high level, they will exist in the low level, and worse. And you don't want to be, developing the low level for some kind of feature and then realize that your high level is fucked up. That usually needs a redesign. This will be a fun system to work on, I can tell you that. From a coding perspective. But it is going to need a more detailed design document for how it all works. I think we would need a starting pin, and that could be randomly generated. We generate the safe with the parameters like serial number, hinges, door, logo, safe wheel, and then we go through each of those parameters and determine, okay, let's think about it here. We have like enum for lock mechanism type, enum for quirk type, and we say, okay, we've generated a combination lock. Now for the quirks, determine if each of these things is relevant here. Can the serial number even affect the first digit? Yes or no? How can it affect the first digit? But we treat each digit like its own little mini game in this way. It's doable. It's gonna look, I think the most complex aspect of implementing it will be implementing the coding for it and ensuring that it works properly. And then we can apply those integer modifications to the numbers so that we know exactly what should be input to correctly get through to crack the safe. And then we just give the player some of this info or all the info. It could really be either. I mean, it depends on the lock mechanism. For combination, it's a bit easier because there's only 10 possibilities per digit. Dial, it's going to be harder. Pins with positions, it could be done. So maybe it just would be, I think for a casual game, it would be better if we just give the player all of the digits But of course, this is before they've been modified, and then they just have to figure out how they're modified. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. Give the player all starting digits and numbers, and they have to read the manuals to figure out how to modify it if needed. Yeah, it's doable. Each save is randomly generated, but done in a way that provides us with a specific code of entry that matches its feature. I still don't really like the way that this is explained. Adam, thank you so much for the raid of
Damceonis raided
155
my
people.
stream with 155 viewers.
Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you guys today. Happy Monday, and thank you so much for the luck with the release. Void Playing Games, thank you for the follow as well. Really appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. And yes, our game is releasing on Thursday for free on Steam. You can type in !coin pusher to get a link to the Steam page. There are no microtransactions or anything, no DLC. It is literally just a free game that you guys get to play. Takes about 30 minutes to beat. Has achievements, has gamepad support, has 12 languages that we've localized. No AI usage in the game whatsoever, and a nice little soundtrack. One song, because it's a very short game. But you can find that song up on our YouTube as well for free. With some nice visuals. I put that up yesterday. I kind of snuck that up on YouTube because I had some free time. It's a good song. I really like it. Very Mass Effect sounding. And we're working on the sequel to that game right now. It's gonna be massive, it's gonna be better, it's gonna be bigger, it's gonna be cooler. We'll be able to make a little bit of money off of it, hopefully. That way we can start building up the studio, right? And we're working today, I'm working on, so it's gonna be, let me back up a bit. So the next game is gonna have multiple themes, and each themed area has its own coin pusher table machine and multiple mini games that you can play within that theme, and it's all 3D, of course, and it should feel very immersive. And so we're working on the first theme, the Wild West theme, right now, and working on specifically a mini game of safe cracking. So we found a way to, I think, take some inspiration from Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes to make different safe types with different features. And then we give you a starting code, and you have to figure out how to modify the numbers in a way that matches the actual safe's code. So if we give you like 9402, but then you notice that the serial number of the safe ends in a letter instead of a number, that means that the first digit should be one less than it shows. Should be very casual, you know, very approachable. But I think in that way it'll be pretty different per iteration that you play of it, and should feel a little bit strategic in the way that you have to observe and figure out how this all works. Safe itself will spawn with various features generated in a controlled way that enables us to parse the code from the unique quirks of the safe. What this means is that each safe is randomly generated, but done in a way that provides us with a specific code of entry that matches its features. There are 3 manufacturers of safes. And we'll put those here. Sad Hill safes. Wayne Locks, Butch and Cassidy vaults. I might change those names. I don't really like them, but they're okay for now. There are 3 mechanisms of entry. No, of locking. Which all 3 manufacturers can make safes of. These are combination locks. Number. We'll say specifically though, like rotary combination. And then we'll do dial. Pins with positions. These will each need references. For sure. Two, three, 4. And we'll say each mechanism has how do I want to word this? It's not even each, because the dial one doesn't have. Let's just put it here. Rotary combination. Three to 4 numbers. Always 3 numbers. Three to 5 pins. Some mechanisms, namely the rotary combination and pins with positions, can randomly spawn, only requiring various range of numbers, pins respectively. I might change that. We might just do static numbers, because otherwise we'll have to create different models for those, but that'll be up to the artist of whether or not he feels like this is a good use of his time or not. It might be easier for us to use static numbers of pins as well, or of numbers and pins. You know what, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make the executive decision right now not to do that. Always 5 pins, always 4 numbers. It'll just be easier that way for a casual game. Various features both qualitative and quantitative. Very epic music. Quantitative. Yeah, I spelled it right. Of a safe help to determine how the starting numbers should be modified and I think we'll give an example too for the design document of how this kind of works. Determine how the starting number should be modified. We'll have the following features that will be randomly generated on the safe. Serial number, hinges, door, logo, safe, wheel. Number of digits. You know, I'll put the list here for these. No, I will do it like that. Serial number, number of digits, ends with, starts with, sequential, alpha, numeric, hinges, amount, number of screws, opens, left/right, official logo or knockoff, color, shape, number of pegs. Each of these features and the associated aspects in parentheses Why is it bitching about features? Shut up. These features and the associated aspects in parentheses play a role in the number modification. Example. Let's start with a randomly generated number for the rotary combination mechanism, assuming that's the type of safe we spawned. Can't indent that, can I? Sometimes I hate Markdown. My programmer friends don't like me saying it, but I kind of like using Word or design documents compared to Markdown. And we'll say the manufacturer is Sad Hill Safes. According to Sad Hill Safes manual, the first digit of a rotary, well, technically it wouldn't be the manual of the manufacturers, it'd be the manual of, I don't know, like a robber's manual. Player will have to consult with a robbery manual in order to figure out the correct way to open the safe. Oops. Got the 2. Robbery manual. The first digit of a rotary combination on a Sad Hill safe. Can be modified. Let's put all the information here. Provided combination. Serial number, hinges, door, logo, safe, wheel. Oh. Dremox Man, thank you for the resub. Almost at 1 year.
Dramox just subscribed.
What a man. What a legend. There is the Dremox I know. How you doing, man? How's your Monday? Doesn't matter what that is. Hinges. 3. Door. Opens right. Logo. Official. When the player first sees the safe, this information has to be observed by orbiting the safe with a 3D controllable camera. Imagine an item inspection in the game. Oops. Sure. Slow? Yeah, it is slow. We're doing okay though. It's an exciting week. Coin Pusher launches this week on the 4th. I think I put in the calendar that I was going to come in later that day, but I think I'm just going to come in that day. And we're going to work the whole day. But it is releasing. And then we're doing Borderlands 4 next week on Friday, assuming that that's when it actually comes out. I don't know if there's a full release time for that. It says 9 p.m. Pacific time. Midnight, September 12th. Midnight everywhere. Does that mean that I can play it on the 12th, or? I could never understand that. 9 p.m. PT. Interesting. Okay, safe is black, rectangle, taller than it is wider. Wheel, 3 pegs. Somebody just tried to open my door again. It's so weird. I live in an office building, right? It looks like this. It's two floors. So I live on the first floor if you're in Europe, or second floor if you're in the US. And you have a hallway that runs down the center. This is a shared building, and I rent this room here. First one on the left. And there's another one here, another one here, another one here. These are the bathrooms. There's one here and here. So it's not like, you know, I own this whole building or anything. I rent out a little room here. And sometimes, for some reason, somebody tries to open up my door, and I don't know why. And I always keep it locked, even if I'm in it. I don't know, like, I don't know anybody in this building. I don't talk to anybody in this building. These are completely different businesses. These are all different businesses. And the exit is this way. I have no reason. I don't know. It's a ghost. I don't know who it is. I don't know what they want. I can tell you the reason why I don't open it up. Number one, I'm working, right? Number two, it looks like fucking trash in here. I have empty 1.5 liter generic Coca-Cola bottles everywhere. I have bags everywhere. I have boxes. I have a mage's hat and a devil's spear just sitting there. This is not good. Yeah, D-Gen Gamer Room is exactly what it looked like. Not great. And I've owned this office for like a year and a half. Do you want to know the number of times that I vacuumed or swept? Yeah, it's 0. I ain't never done it, so I'm not gonna fucking let anybody in here. They have no reason to be in here. On addition, I don't know Polish very well. Like, what am I gonna say to somebody that comes in here? Sorry, I'm working. What did you need? I don't know, it's weird. Okay. According to the robbery manual, the first digit of a rotary combination on a Sandhill safe can be modified in the following ways. And this will be an unordered list. Thank you for fucking up. If the serial number is even, add 1. The door opens right, subtract 2. If the logo is unofficial, the number to use is 1. The wheel has an even number of pegs. Add 4. If any hinge has 2 screws, add 1. Put a doorbell camera? I could, but I didn't have to buy a doorbell camera. Robot vacuum was like the hot item last. I do have a robot vacuum. We never, you know what? I should just bring it to work. Yeah, but there's like cables everywhere. Dude, that bitch would get so stuck. I have Christmas lights running along the ground. It would bump into my green screen. No, it would be a mess. Hey Warner. Nice name catch, by the way. You must have had that account for a long time. First time here, what you're working on? We are designing the sequel to our second game. Wait, we're designing our second... Technically, we're designing a sequel to our game that will be releasing this Thursday. How's that? That's better. That's more understandable. Yeah, that didn't make any sense. Like, well, wait, technically it's not our first game. From this information, we can deduce that the following 2 criteria are correct. We'll narrow it down. Can I change the color? Yes. Okay, let me copy this then and put this here. And we will put this in green. This in green. These 2 in red. And this one. I did the wrong green down there. Gotta fix that. Awesome. Consider spelling out the number. Here's a little tip for game design documents. If the numbers are important, use the number itself. It's just easier to spot at a distance. You don't really want to use correct grammar in a design document, because communication is the most important aspect. What the... What are you doing, Markdown? What is this? Oh God. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. Since the starting number since the first digit of the starting number, is that what we called it? Provided combination. use that to stay consistent. And I think in this case I'll put it higher than the safe info. When the player first sees the safe, the information, this information. Let's put it this way. All information apart from the starting combination has to be observed by orbiting the safe with a 3D controllable camera. Since the first digit of the provided combination is 9, we can see that we need to subtract 2, oops, and add 1. This equals out to simply subtracting 1, or a new number, or a new first digit of 8. The player continues to read the manual and follow their observations for all digits in the provided combination, let's say, to figure out the real combination. Then they can input that and unlock the safe to steal the valuables. Okay. I like that actually. I like the gameplay to that. I think it'll be pretty fun. We'll need a trigger for that, of course, and the rewards that the player can get, which I think right now our rewards are a little bit lame. We might need some additional like factors to that, additional pieces of progression. But I like that as it is. That's a good feeling to me. Okay, what could trigger the safe cracking? So this is a coin pushing game, right? And this is a mini game that you then play after obtaining something from the table. You know, we could do like a key. We could do some other type of item. We could do a combination of items. Save Cracker Barrel, yeah. If I didn't get in trouble for, you know, for copyright, it would be pretty funny to use the new Cracker Barrel. Well, I guess the new one is now the old one, but the shitty Cracker Barrel logo as one of the logos for the manufacturers. I can't believe how much money they wasted. I saw somebody post a document for like the Coca-Cola, or no, it was the Pepsi logo redesign document. Pepsi logo design document. I've been part of one corporate logo design meeting, and this was like handled by the people that were designing the logo. They were paid to make the logo, and it felt this exact same way. It's a whole bunch of mathematical mumbo jumbo to make it seem like they actually put in work to draw an image. It reads like a conspiracy theory, Illuminati style, you know, weird black market 4chan post. Imagine a 4chan post about the Jews taking over the world. That's exactly how this shit feels. Just so they could draw a couple of different waves. Look at this. It's like emojis now. Motion transforms 2D into 3D. The brand identity is dimensionalized through motion. Breathtaking color palette. I like, by the way, I like how their caffeine-free Pepsi is gold or energetic and balanced, even though I feel like the gold should be the one with the caffeine. Call me crazy. Oh my god. Attraction theory, the Pepsi proposition. Establishment of a gravitational pull to shift from a transactional experience to an invitational expression. The Pepsi universe. Oh fuck. I can't. What the fuck? That can't be. This is real. X equals 8 light year. What? Pepsi planet. The Pepsi orbits dimensionalize exponentially. The universe expands exponentially with f of x equals e to the x. 1 light year equals 671 million miles per hour. Dude, I love this. You know what this... In game development terms, this reads like somebody who doesn't know how to make game design writing a game design document, or like some suit to read. I have seen shit like this from quote designers, and you know, I've been delivered to this by like somebody who doesn't understand game design or game development. They're like, look at this design document that we were given from this candidate that we want to hire, and I like flip through it and I'm like, yeah, this is garbage. This is point. I don't know what to make of any of this. They're like, yeah, but look at all, like, they figured out the design for this and the numbers, and like, the numbers don't mean anything. The game hasn't been made. I don't want some spreadsheet of balance for a game that hasn't been designed yet. It is schizo ramblings, yeah. How you doing, IGS Ghost? What up, man? Pepsi aisle 10 degrees. Oh fuck, I can't. This is real though. This is absolutely real. This is the document from the Arnell Group. It was a New York brand consultancy. They went bankrupt. Probably because they didn't understand what the fuck they were doing. I'm sorry, but do you know how much money they made just making a bunch of shapes and emojis and talking about the relativity of space and time with regards to you buying a fucking Pepsi? Absurd. Absolutely absurd. I don't even remember why I was mentioning that. Welcome to the ADHD stream. Okay, rewards are pretty much the same as our other mini games. We did have like gold nuggets, playing cards, wooden nickel. What about like a train ticket? And on like the back of the train ticket is where we will scribble the combination. I like that idea. Train ticket for the safe cracking minigame. Bullets is main goal minigame. Time dynamite is just an extra thing. I need to organize the table items for like minigame, main goal items. Let's do that before I forget. Main goal minigame items. Heading 3. Then we'll do other minigame items. Non-minigame items. I don't know how to feel about the wooden nickels and gold nuggets. Like, they don't really make sense in the context of the minigame that they would send you to. Like you know, if it's like a beer pong carnival style, like ping pong ball toss into whiskey glasses, you would think that we would do maybe like something related to whiskey. And like a cork. I mean, it doesn't really matter, just wooden nickels doesn't really make sense, even though I like the idea of having wooden nickels. Let me go to the bathroom, and I'll think about it in there. I have another idea for wooden nickels, but I gotta think about it. Give me like 2 minutes. QB. Back, sorry. Oh, yeah, that's exactly it, Drumlux. Except it was like clay in consistency. Those are the worst. Those are the fucking worst. It's not a ninja poop. It's, yeah, right? I feel like I had to change my diet recently because I'm trying to be better to my liver. Hey, you said you didn't work, Eddie. Thank you for the reset, man. How's it going?
Kitty just subscribed. MICROR3 lurk MICROR3 laugh.
True. I didn't think about that. I had to change my diet recently because I'm trying to be better to my liver, but I guess I'm not getting enough fiber. Also, my stomach is really hurting. I'm taking like 6 supplements and some medicine. It's not great. Less Pepsi? What does Pepsi impact my liver? If anything, it affects the kidneys more. Hey, Rifix. Doing just in time for an important conversation? That's right. Every conversation we have is important. Now let me go on my threat interactive rant. And look at you like a 12-year-old child looks at a camera thinking that he's serious. Here's why Unreal is bad. Pepsi makes you fat? It's diet. There's no sugar in this. I'm losing weight. Need to pop out your collar shirt more? That's true. You know what he reminds me of? What's the name of the kid that was in a suit eating burger, like the meme? This guy. But he's cool and he's funny. Threat interactive is just no threat and doesn't make anything interactive. Oh no, I'm gonna get banned. He's gonna block me on Twitter for saying that. Okay, so similarly to Coin Pusher Reloaded, we need a way to spawn these other items. Like, what spawns a bullet? What spawns minecart pieces? The train tickets? How do we spawn these? Interactive looks like an AI generated kid. He does kind of look like that. Running watched one of the Interactive's videos recently while trying to understand how the rendering pipeline works. The problem is he doesn't actually... What is this? Guess the game? I have no clue what this is. Top-down shooter. Or like maybe horror game. What is this? This looks familiar. Would I know this? I don't know, dude. There's something familiar about this. Guess the game. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not Project Zomboid, but I want to put it in there. Metacritic score 70. Something, I don't know, something looks familiar. Oh, I know. It's obviously Skyrim. There we go. That's what it is. What the fuck is this? Now I'm not sure. What if I just press? Oh, I have to actually put in a game. PlayStation and PC. Pretty good for a PlayStation 1 game. What if I inspect the element? Damn. No cheating, I guess. Game image, visibility hidden. Damn, no cheating. I don't know. I don't think I know what this one is actually. This must be Pong. That's right. I don't think I know that one. Stop distracting me, by the way. Jesus. Waltz for gold minigame, minecart pieces, wooden nickels. Well, we needed something for... I still want the gold nuggets, because I think the gold nuggets are pretty cool. We can get distracted on Thursday. How about that?
Shiitake?
Also a good question. Part of a passive game, safe tracking. The gold nuggets could give you like an amped up version of the panning, gold panning. You know what? How about the wooden nickels are for the shooting gallery? It's like your currency to start the shooting gallery little arcade game. The gold nuggets for amped up gold panning. Mini game. And we'll need one other item for the whiskey pong. We could do like a little tumbleweed. Like a spherical tumbleweed. So maybe instead of making it specifically spherical, we can give it a little bit of different geometry so it doesn't roll off as easy. Chicken tikka masala, thank you for the follow. Also, your name is very tasty. Yummy, yummy. I want Indian food. Yeah, we could do a tumbleweed. Or whiskey toss minigame. I'd say one of my biggest complaints is that we don't have a whole lot of ways to get these to spawn. I'm not a fan of that. Don't like the lack of ways to get items to spawn on the pusher table. That's one. Second one would be not enough non-minigame items. Not enough rewards. Or variety, I should say. Not enough variety of rewards. Do you guys have any ideas for that? Because in Coin Pusher Reloaded, we use the poker chips as a way to spawn things on the table, and I think that that works. The problem is that I don't want that to be the fallback method every single time. And I don't want to rely too much on RNG to determine what should and shouldn't spawn. Not too much. I think that some RNG is okay here, but if the player is just waiting for a minecart piece to spawn, when it's, you know, like a 1 out of, I don't know, 10 chance. Obviously, the average of all the players themselves will get close to that 1 in 10 chance, but there's always the possibility that I can put safety nets, you know, if something hasn't spawned in a certain number of drops, then force that spawn. That's an easy system to make. But we still need a trigger. We need to say, okay, well, wooden nickels can drop instead of coins. That's easy. That's just a reskin of a coin. But the minecart pieces are too big. The gold nuggets are differently shaped, you know? Train tickets. Same kind of thing. Switch these to the right heading. I think we should include, these should be separate sections, in my opinion. We should have other minigame items. And like spawn from in use. We can tie it to the passive poker game, which I think is probably a smart way to do it in some ways. If anybody doesn't know, the passive poker hand game will allow you to build poker hands by collecting cards into certain slots. And then it will generate a hand up here that you can obtain for a specific reward depending on the hand that you have. So like a pair might be able to be rewarded, or you can exchange that for a, I don't know, like a train ticket to spawn on the table, right? So we could use those. Ignore that. We'll put like a description there too, I think. That'll be the template for the items. Spawn for. We could always do spawns like a certain number of coins obtained, you know, like every 50 coins obtained, we spawn something. This is not out of the realm of possibility. Spawn based on... Let's just do spawn ideas. Number of coins obtained. Threshold. Number of coins lost. Collectibles gained. So like whenever a collectible is obtained, something, maybe like a playing card spawns, right? Because I think that the playing card is such a passive piece of the table that we should try to have those spawning wherever possible. But I want to use like mini playing cards for that. Something much simpler. We'll probably have to design our own. Something like these. Very easy to read. Or like these. Are actually really, really nice. Exactly what I was thinking. Otherwise they might cover up the coins too much. We don't want that. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gold nuggets. Train ticket. Tumbleweed. Playing cards. We'll leave this down here just for the time being. And then bullets, of course. What other spawns can be done? The backboard holes. Buckets are another option. We had one of those in Coin Pusher. Moved along the bottom here. This one will not have a bucket though. Instead it'll have these. What if I might make things too complicated. My thought was, what if we have holes on the table that can open up. And if you drop a certain item into there, it spawns something. I like that idea in general. I don't think it'll work on this table, because this table's already gotten pretty complicated. Gutter, maybe? Like, we had the idea of items lost off the sides can go into train wagons, physics-based. Losing pieces of coal will fuel the train. Coal. Once fully fueled, train will start up and go to a track on the side of the table, then dump the wagons onto the table. Once done, train goes back to position fully unfueled. So this would be a coal would be a non-minigame item then. Little coal nugget. It would be cool to do something with the train then for the minecart pieces. Trying to think here. What if the minecart pieces do spawn from that? And like 3 pieces will fall when this happens. So for the minecart pieces, spawn from gutter train dumping pieces onto track or onto table. I was trying to think how this would like look. Do we want the train to actually just like go up and dump it, or I guess it works. It's a good start. I was thinking of some ways that maybe it could be a bit more interesting, like derailing the train or something, you know, that would be pretty visually interesting, but I think this is just a good start, and we'll see how it feels. Once all 3 pieces are obtained, the runaway minecart minigame is triggered. And I think we can link directly to that. I'm not sure. Can't I click? I actually don't know if I can link to a section in the document itself like this. You can do it in Word, Microsoft Word. Yeah, I think it does just take you there. It doesn't, doesn't like reopen a new page or anything. Maybe there's a better way to do it though. I can do issue links. Can I do... CP2 A3 what does that look like? No. Best I can do is just link directly to that. Kind of annoying. Yep. Okay, it is what it is. Okay. 3 minecart pieces that, when combined, or when collected, allow for the playing of a minigame. 3 pieces are the bogies, the chassis, and the body? Does a minecart technically have bogies? What is the anatomy of a minecart? Hey, Doomsize. Dash. Ekshamash. Brassless bogies. Minecart anatomy. That's really cool. Look at that. Steel coke wagon. Coal wagon. I guess the wagon would be part of it. I don't know, it's... I mean, it is a hopper, isn't it? It's just a giant hopper. It's kind of the point of it. Most pics are from mine. Yeah, of course they aren't. First day of school. I just got back with my kids from inauguration. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know. What is the first day of school called? Inauguration just makes me think of like president's speech. What grade are your kids in? Oh, it almost spilled. Sad day. It sounds very official, but I don't know the word. I don't know the word either. Dumper minecart. Oh, dude, that's cool. There's a minery museum? Bro, that sounds so cool to go to. Wisconsin life. That's where I'm from. I need to know the name of the different parts of a minecart. What's Wisconsin famous for? Other than me, yeah, of course. Probably the cheese. The Green Bay Packers. But I mean, wouldn't the bogies comprise of this too? Or I guess this would be the chassis consist of the bogies? You don't really have 3 pieces, it's more like 2 pieces. Just like the wagon and the bogies. Or the wheels. Like, these are the bogies. The minecart is just put wagon on top. But does the chassis consist of the bogies? Is chassis and bogie interchangeable? Go to Bochnia or Wieliczka and take pictures there? I don't need pictures though, I need names. I literally need the anatomy of a minecart. What's the anatomy of a minecart? Context of Minecraft, thank you so much. Just bodies and wheels. Here's some Polish. Kurwa. Jestem dupo. Niet is not Polish, dude. Never, ever, ever come to Poland and think that Niet is Polish. You would get kicked out of the country so fast. Kurwa doesn't count. Kurczak. That's chicken. Close enough. No, don't say that either. Oh boy. You're gonna be in for a bad time here in Poland. We could put like the wheels in a pack. It could be like the 4 wheels, the chassis without wheels, and then the wagon. I think it's the only way that I can really make this work. So the wheels, all 4 in roll, the chassis, and the body / wagon. The reason why you shouldn't use Russian here in Poland is just, you know, ask your history teacher, ask Grok or whatever, a list of Russian atrocities in Poland. Go Yadnovgoviev mom. That's a pretty common one. That's the Dancing Cow song. From Cyprus? What's the name of the song? I don't have it here, but I have at home a dancing. There was a bit of a controversy here in Poland where there was a dancing cactus toy. And this was originally sold with a bunch of like children's songs and this song in Polish about cocaine. And that was changed very quickly, but I have one of the original versions with that song on the dancing cactus. I don't know if there's like a news article or something about it. You're just, yeah. No, thank you. The miniature bright green dancing cactus Anya Tanner bought sings in English, Spanish, and Polish while squirming to the beat. After buying it for her granddaughter, Tanner discovered that one of the songs in its repertoire was an explicit tune about cocaine and hopelessness. It just so happens that I am Polish, and when I started to listen to the songs and I heard the words, I was in shock. I fucking love it. And here's the translations. The only thing in my head is 5 grams of cocaine. Fly away alone to the edge of oblivion. I fucking love it. So yeah, obviously they changed it, but I do have the original dancing cactus with that song on it. One 5-star Amazon review sings a Polish song about cocaine use. 10 out of 10 would buy for my 1-year-old again. I'll have to bring it into work one day. Okay, I'm happy with that. What did you just paste in here? Mining cart, small rail vehicle. Okay, thank you for that. Yes, yes, yes. Body, container, bucket, strong metal box. Thank you. Yes, that's perfect. Don't paste the second part. I have it. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the wheels, the chassis, and the body wagon. This will work. I just wanted 3 because, you know, 3 is such a nice number for it, so we're good. We're good. Wooden nickels. These are going to be for the shooting gallery minigame. I think these can just spawn instead of coins. That should be easy. Spawn sometimes instead of coins. Imagine the other people in your office building don't know you stream and think you're actually schizophrenic. There's probably that, but they also probably just wonder why an American is here in Katowice. Once collected, the shooting gallery minigame is triggered. Coin but retextured to look like a wooden nickel. Shut up. Making me second guess myself. We'll get in trouble if we put a Native American on it, right? Which means I'm gonna 100% do it. We'll do a buffalo on one side and then a Native American on the other. To be fair, I don't think that this is a, like, horrible representation or anything. How do you afford the office space since you're not making money yet? Exactly. Does wife cover it until you get where you need it? Yes. She is pulling up the bootstraps for us both here. That'll work. Your wife Polish? Yes, she is. She's very pure-blooded Polish. She loves discounts, coupons, cabbage, and hates communism. About as perfect as you can expect. A lot of Americans move to Poland. There's a very good reason why Americans are going to move to Poland. And I will show you. So here is, let's pick an average city. What's a good average city to use? Let's use like Chicago. And then we'll type in a place like Katowice. safety index. There's one of them. I can tell you that for sure. And then cost of living. Mainly it's just safety. These places are very safe. Poland is very safe as a whole. I wonder if Krakow was any better. Hey Jelly Diver, is it like actually not safe? What, Poland? No, Poland is super safe. I've lived here for like over 7 years, 8 years? 8? Something like that. And the worst thing that I've witnessed was 2 drunk people pushing each other. Oh, Chicago? No, Chicago is not safe. Chicago has a, the downtown of Chicago is pretty safe. I don't know if there's like a crime map. The problem is the outside districts of Chicago. Oh my god, they have like a whole map. Jesus Christ. I can like filter? Holy shit. Find crime near you. Oh, wonderful. Violent crime. Oh, you're Ukrainian? So that's Chicago. We can just have, you know, 3 shootings in this area, 2 aggravated batteries. Yeah, this is just 2 weeks as well. There's probably like, yeah, a lot of like robbery down here. But most of the gun stuff, yeah, not the greatest. Or you have like a San Francisco poop map. So these are all the poops in San Francisco. What a shitty city, right? You hear about that 3-year-old that got groomed by his mom to be trans was scheduled to be... No. No, I didn't. Color me shocked to hear that, yeah, poop. This is poop. These are all reported poops. And they even have the info of when this was reported. Or you can live in Poland. What desk are you using? I recall you mentioned a long time ago, but cannot remember. It is called... What the fuck is the name of this? Ultra Desk. This is nuts, yeah. I don't know, it's... I mean, there's multiple factors for this, right? And this is not to say that the US is entirely bad. There are plenty of, like, smaller towns that are not gonna have this at all. Like, I can even probably look up... like a... What's like a really laid back town that would be included. I mean, even Waukesha would be better. Like Waukesha, yeah, you have crime increasing in both places. Who gives a fuck? But overall, you know, so there are places that are really, really good in the U.S. Very good. How the fuck do you have 60 viewers? I don't know, man. People like getting distracted, I guess. Welcome to Poland as long as you work and pay taxes. Here's the thing, though. I think that the EU and the US need to do a better job of making it easier to immigrate. I think that both places, from everything that I know, are pretty horrible for immigration. You would think that if you just said, hey, I want a... No, we got raided, by the way. But, you would think that if you just say, hey, I want to work in your country, I want to live there, I want to pay taxes, and I want to abide by the law, can you give me a work permit and a tax number? They would be like, yes, here you go, here you go. Here are free language classes you can take. But no, they don't do that. What's Poland like in terms of non-overt racism? There's a lot of it's very much monocultural here in Poland. I mean, you see Polish people, you hear Polish language. There are Ukrainians here, and there is a bit of racism towards Ukrainians with the refugee crisis. And you definitely have, especially in the older generations, a bit of racism towards Africans. There's some hate towards both Germans and Russians. More so towards Russians nowadays, though, than Germans. There isn't a whole lot that's overt, though. I'll tell you that. It's not like I see people committing crimes. If anything, they will just give you a nasty side eye. It really depends, too. A lot of the cities are very, welcoming because they see a lot of tourism and immigration. But you might see in, like, some of the smaller towns, you might see some nastier stuff. How come you're making a sequel for Coin Pusher this soon? Is it too soon? I don't think it is. It's perfect time. Sounds pretty in line with the rest of Europe. Yeah, there's racism everywhere. It's not like any country has a monopoly on racism or any culture. I mean, it's mostly like culturism than racism. Everybody in the world is racist towards someone else, generally speaking. Okay, gold nuggets are gotten from... Nuggets are tiny. Do we need a description for these? Probably not. Spawned from... obtaining them in backboard holes. Use... What is their use? Oh, use for once collected the gold panning minigame with bigger rewards is triggered. That's right. Antarctica has none. You now want to take some time from the concept since you made all your ideas already? Oh, we did not make all of our ideas. How can you hear any of this and think that this is the same idea? Bitch. Gotcha. Okay, train ticket. I think I can just get like a... something like this will work just fine. I kind of like that. I don't want it to be too big, and these are a bit big. Tune out from the non-political statements. What are you trying to do? Like catch me saying something hot? Spawn from? How are these spawned? How do we want to spawn these? How do we want to spawn train tickets? We do need rewards for plane cards. We'll need to design those today. Or at least get the first ideas for them. Playing card. I guess we could say like poker hand rewards. Poker hand rewards. What are our poker hands? High card, pair, 2 pair, 3 pair, I'm just kidding, 3 of a kind. Let's see if I can remember these in the proper order. Full house. I think then we have flush, straight, 4 of a kind, a straight flush, royal flush. Is that the correct order?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
No. What did I miss? Hold on. Poker hands. High card pair, 2 pair, 3 of a kind. Straight and flush are mixed up. Oh wait, no, hold on. Oh really, full house is above that, okay. Straight flush, full house, is that correct? High card, 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair, straight flush, full house, 4 pair, straight flush, royal flush, okay. There we go. It was a little mixed up. Gives 1 coin. By the way, for anyone who's joining us new today, our game, Coin Pusher Reloaded, will be out on Steam on Thursday. For free. There's no microtransactions or anything, no DLC. It's literally just a free game that you get to play. We have 12 languages supported. Steam achievements. Nice little soundtrack for it too. We hope you enjoy it. Pair to pair. The train ticket shouldn't be too hard to obtain.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Stop bringing the retard alert to me. You guys have too many points. Tumbleweed.
Wrong.
Nugget. What do we have to spawn? We have coal. We have coal nuggets, gold nuggets, bullets, minecart pieces. Like we can use this to spawn things that otherwise would spawn from, you know, other sources too. Wooden nickels. Gold bars. Train tickets. Tumbleweeds. Dynamite. Who was it that got banned? That was a chaos bot. They enter the stream, they spam something, and then they get banned. And pretty much all the people that we've had to ban on this channel are chaos bots. There's only one real person who got banned. In my like 2.5 years on this channel. Trinkets too, we could do. Trinkets. Am I able to tell? What, between the bots? It's all, yeah, it's automated. They come in, they say like, they'll type one thing to see if they're allowed to type. And then if they are, they spam this long live chaos. Turn off your tap water, or keep your tap water on. Destroy the world. It's, you know, it's kind of like, it's kind of a funny copy pasta, but it's annoying, so. They used to follow before. I think what they do is they try to type something into chat, and if it works, they spam. Otherwise, if it doesn't work, they probably follow. Are you one of those pro-environment people? I mean, we should take care of the environment. But we have to be reasonable, too. Like, you shouldn't just throw trash out the window of your car. That's not nice. It's not good for society. Oh, look. We obviously have more. I think that of high cards, pairs, 2-pair. Three of a kind. And flush are probably going to be the most common ones to get. In which case, the rewards that we want the player to obtain from the game should be obtainable from here. And we can keep the more rare ones. So maybe pairs can give bullets. Yeah, but if bullets can come from this, then bullets would be... It would be annoying because you're trying to beat the main minigame, so bullets should probably not come from this. Hmm. Would it be lame if we spawn a bullet on the table after you obtain, let's say, like 20 coins? For every 20 coins you obtain, we spawn a bullet. That kind of lame. The bullet is for the main minigame of dueling the bandits that have taken over the town. So like it's part of the main objective of the theme of the area. And we have all these other cool ways to spawn things on the table. Yeah, it would be one bullet, but you would have to collect 6 to load up the revolver. And then you would duel one of the bandits. And then you would need to collect 6 more bullets to duel the next bandit. And then you do that, let's say like 3 times until you rid the town of bandits and you free the town. So that's the primary minigame. Your main objective is to collect the bullets. And then you have 5 other minigames that are there for other rewards. I think all of you guys need meds. I'm on meds too. I'm on like 6 different supplements right now. It's kind of annoying. Like folic acid or whatever it is, and milk thistle, vitamin B complex, vitamin D, omega-3. I'm missing one. Are you pregnant? Yes, I am. Men can get pregnant too. Didn't you know? That's the culture that I'm bringing from the US over to Poland. Essentially the vitamins you get if you go outside and eat well. Well, okay, so I think that to some extent, I drank a lot, right? I'm actually sober for like over a week right now, which is probably the longest that I've gone sober in the past 3 to 5 years. My liver's okay. Let's just say my liver is okay. A little bit fatty, a little bit of fibrosis, like very minor, so it's all reversible. I should celebrate with a pint. Yeah, I actually have alcohol right here. Like I got some Jaeger and some wine probably here by now, but I can't drink it. And I need to not drink until I get my next blood test to see if my liver is better. And if it is, then I can continue drinking. No, I'm gonna cut back significantly. I do want to be able to drink again, but I want to save it for like special occasions, or like once a week kind of thing, right? Like once a week, I pour myself an old-fashioned. It's way too expensive. You need to get different alcohol then. Look, some of the best things you can do are like gin and juice, whiskey or vodka and juice. Get cheap wine, add some mulling spices. Yeah, I do it for taste too. Like I'm not like just out here pounding vodka. It's just, have you guys ever had mulled wine, like spiced wine that's heated up? You guys ever had this? Really, really, really tasty. Really tasty. And you would think, oh, it looks like a bit of work to make because you have to get all these different things and cut up the orange and whatever. Well, let me tell you this. You can just buy it pre-made here in Poland for like $3, $4 a bottle. And then just put it up on your stove for like 5 minutes just to heat it up a little bit and you're good to go. So, you know, just make toilet wine. I hate you guys. Spawning bullets. Spawning bullets should be something common. It should be easy to do. I don't want it to take precedence over the poker hand game because that doesn't feel... I don't like it. I don't like it. There are ways that I could alter the poker hand game so that it could be part of it, but then I feel like I'd be losing the ease of access to the poker card game. We could say that any poker hand with a pair or better spawns a bullet. And my idea was that any collectible you obtain that isn't a poker card will spawn another poker card. We want them to be very common. We want this to be a central theme. And they'll be kind of like as small as like mahjong tiles. So if I had to give like maybe a real size context for these, they would be... You get like a bigger image. Like if the coins are this size, we'll make the little cards that spawn like this. So they'll be pretty small. There's a little mini coin pusher. Holy shit, I kind of want this. Look at this. You know what would be fun is if we can design a version of coin pusher that you guys can play on stream. So you guys can use like channel points or something to buy coins and power-ups and work together to try and obtain items. I don't know what they would do though. I don't like the old fishing minigame that we had. We'll say for now, pair or better from poker minigame. We'll spawn a bullet. Use, after collecting 6 and loading the revolver, the dueling minigame is triggered. Bullets for a revolver. Should it be, we should also maybe like make the revolver like a an old Navy Colt 1851. That's a good classic gun, right? Look at that beauty. Ooh, that's nice. Bolts for revolver. That once collected, enable the player to duel the bandits, taking over the town. So if anybody isn't, is new to this, we're making a, sorry for not telling you sooner, we're making a coin pusher game that is a sequel to our initial one, and this one will have multiple themes, and each of those are separate ecosystems of coin pusher tables and progression and mini games within them. And so that way you feel like you're entering a totally different world each time, and you have a main goal to achieve in each of the themes. So we're working on the Wild West theme right now just as a way to see what the scope of one theme looks like, to iterate on it, and then build a template that we can use for each of the other themes. And that's the reason why each of these, we're talking about like a goal, right? We need like a reason that the player is in this world for some reason pushing coins to duel bandits, right? It's just kind of an arcade game. And I'm trying to pull some inspiration from like pinball machines where they each had, unique mechanisms and goals for the player that were, often driven by the theme of the movie or TV show that there was, and it made each pinball table feel like a something new, even though you were playing the same game underneath. And it's a lot more work than I thought. But I also think that the more we're designing this, the more fun it's starting to feel like it has its own unique place in the game. Like nowhere else does a dueling minigame really fit than the Wild West, or like cracking a safe open, or panning for gold, right? These are all just kind of distinctly Wild West themed. And I like it a lot. And we need to do that then for a haunted Victorian hotel. So imagine, something that looks like this inside, but it's all dark and spooky. And then the other one is a stylized fantasy. So this kind of feel to it. And they will be 3D worlds with various locations, and each location, locations might be part of a mini game or something. Nice image. I think I would get in trouble if I showed that on stream though. Holy shit, that's big. Okay, bullets look good. Minecart pieces are fine. Wooden nickels are fine. Gold nuggets are fine. Train tickets. I think we can spawn those from... I don't know. Editoria, thank you for the follow. And welcome. Hi. Happy Monday. Here's what I'm not really happy with, is that we use the gutter train dumping pieces onto the table for the minecart, but maybe we could just use... They're spawned from fully refueling the gutter train. We'll spawn a ticket on the table. I swear we had an image for this, but I didn't save it. But the idea was this. You have the table, right? And then we have the pusher on top of that. And the backboard. Good enough. Those are the pegs. Doesn't really matter. And off the sides where the coins would usually be lost, right? Instead, there's going to be a train underneath there that will collect some of the items. So, you know, some items might get pushed past the train wagons, some of them might get pushed, you know, beyond it and get lost forever, but some of them will fall into the wagon of the train down here. And once you have filled it up with coal, let's say, then the train will zoom around and then dump it onto the table. Don't really know how it's gonna look beyond that though at the moment. Welcome to day 2 of designing. Too many question marks. Hmm. What we might do is we might accept it. So we would have the wagons, because I was thinking, okay, we need to fill up the wagons with coal or something, right? But we can't differentiate between coal and other items for filling that up. So I think instead what will happen is that coal will just, any coal lost off of the side will refuel the associated sides train. It will just go into like a little meter. And any other item lost off the side might go into those wagons. But of course, if the wagons are full, then it's just going to fall out of there, right? And then we'll have like a little train track that runs up above. And can dump the items onto here. Coal doesn't have to fill up a wagon. It just counts towards that side's train fuel. What if for the ticket, it says fully refueling the gutter train will spawn a ticket on the table. What if it's like a percentage chance? Because if we do chances like this, what can happen is then it can become a buff or debuff for a trinket. So having the numerical stat there is actually important for us from a progression point of view, where we can then boost that. So if it's like maybe, I don't know, a 10% chance to spawn a ticket when a coal, when a piece of coal is lost or is used to refuel a train, then we can increase that. And I don't care if certain buffs or debuffs will break the game, honestly, because you can just take them off if they do, or change them around. Not a big deal to me. If a piece of coal is used to refuel a train, there's a 10% chance to spawn a train ticket. And we'll try to make coal common enough that that's what happens. And what we can do is we can make coal nuggets spawn from coal nugget spawn from losing any non-coin item off the side of the table. Okay, I like that. Maybe a pair can spawn. Well, let me think. Pair or better spawns. Okay, so we won't do bullets for spawning through poker hands. Tumbleweed is the whiskey toss minigame, so we'll do a tumbleweed here. I was also thinking that the tumbleweed itself could be just a spawn over time if there is no tumbleweed on the table. Like the tumbleweed, you know, because it's a tumbleweed, right? Maybe it just blows onto the table. Like you hear a wind gust sound effect and we spawn in a tumbleweed. Isn't that cooler than having it spawn in from some other method? And maybe that can be after a certain number of coins minimum have been pushed. And we can do like a time delay and spawn one. After... Oops. Thank God. After n number of coins have spawned, that's really fucking annoying. Or have been dropped by the player. We play a short delay and spawn in a tumbleweed. From a gust of wind. Yes. I like that That's way cooler to me. Now, I imagine that our 3D artist knows what a tumbleweed looks like, but just for the sake of reference images, I'll put one in. But he knows what they look like. It's kind of a blurry image, isn't it? 4K image, I love it. Could not attach file. Okay. Not bad. Use. Upon being collected, triggers the whiskey toss mini. And playing cards we said would be spawned from collecting any non-coin item, successfully collecting any non-coin item, or non-coin and non-card item will spawn a playing card. Now, because this is RNG, we could weight the RNG in the player's favor, so we could determine, because we know exactly what poker hand the player has at any time, we could spawn in, like, have a slight chance to spawn in a card that will help them get a better poker hand. That wouldn't be too terribly hard to determine. And we'll just say, like, hey, you have a weighted chance, maybe let's say like 25% chance to get a card that will help you get a better hand, and this is an array of the cards that would be considered better, and we just choose a random one from that array if that 25% chance is hit. And even better, because we have that RNG chance to hit, then we have trinket buffs and debuffs that could be used for that, so like an increased chance to spawn a better card. Percentage chance to get a card that will help make a better hand. Design/size reference. We'll insert that, and then we'll get an image here. Too small. Does this have dimensions on it? Security verification. The fuck is this? Fuck off. Timu? .5 inch. Should be, is that diameter or? Like diagonal to diagonal? Should work. Used to create poker hands via the passive poker hand mini. I'll make these bold, just so they're easier to see. Realistically, we could make them other colors too. Maybe that would help. Okay, that looks good. Is that all of our mini game items? Spawned in use, spawned in use, spawn use, spawn use. Only ones we need are the timed dynamite and then the coal nuggets. Well, we know a spawn for that, and we do have a use for it. Used to fuel the gutter trains. Time dynamite, I think we can just do spawns after n number of coins have been successfully collected. Oh, we do that for tumbleweeds, though. I want to reuse that same mechanic. Dynamite. Let me go to the bathroom and I'll think about it. Put any ideas in chat if you have anything about how we can spawn dynamite. What can be the trigger for that? I thought of nothing while I was pissing. Collect black backboard holes, buckets, we have table holes. Dynamite, dynamite, dynamite. To me, the dynamite is really cool. I don't want the player to have to experience this too often, but I do want it to be experienced. I could tie it to a poker hand. I'm okay with putting the tumbleweed on a pair for the poker hand rewards, just because I feel like the whiskey toss game is probably the quickest one to do. And also the least likely to really, you know, provide the player with like tons of rewards. So it's okay if we kind of overuse that one compared to some of the others that I think are going to be more rewarding out of the box. Maybe something funny in poker, you could have like a cheat to have cards up your sleeve, but every once in a while you pull out some dynamite. Ooh, interesting, like having cards up your sleeve. Yeah. Yeah, like some like forced way to spawn a specific card that you want onto the table. You select the number, or you know, like the type, and also the suit. It's off the hand from the dynamite blow. I like it. No, I'm trying to think of how we can handle that. My thought initially is that Joker cards. Collecting a Joker will allow you to spawn in a card of your choosing with a small chance to be dynamite. And with the chance to be dynamite, maybe you like the dynamite, and so there could be trinket, again, buffs or debuffs that provide a greater or lesser chance of it being dynamite. So you can make a dynamite build is how it could be. Like, get a trinket that increases the chance for Jokers to spawn, and a trinket that increases the chance for Jokers to spawn dynamite. You can make a Joker build for the Wild West theme, which would be pretty funny. That could be done. Deck should consist of minor arcana. I probably shouldn't write it. Technically, it is the minor arcana, if anybody wasn't aware. But for a tarot deck, the major arcana is actually just the tarot cards that you would know. Like the Fool and the Tower and stuff, and the minor arcana is playing cards. Where they had cups, pentacles, wands, and swords. Which I think are way fucking cooler than spade, club, and whatever the hell. I want to go to a, like, okay, we have to do something. Like, every other game that I make, I have to do something with tarot cards. We absolutely, 100% need tarot cards in one of the themes. Probably not the minor arcana, but we can do the major arcana. I fucking love tarot cards. Stylized fantasy. Something with tarot cards. Major arcana. We'll do some minigame with that. Regular playing cards. And 4 jokers. Or when Joker is collected, player can spawn in specific card of their choosing onto the table. And then we'll say time dynamite spawns from random chance to be spawned on the table instead of a custom poker card when using a joker. I love it. I love the idea. Why are you reusing all the ideas in Balatro? Am I? Where's all the Balatro ideas? Use every n, or let's say if not collected in number of turns listed above dynamite. This is so different from Balatro anyway. This is so different. In fact, the only thing that I'm pulling from Balatro is just having poker hands. Balatro invented Joker cards inside poker hands, did it? Well, this, okay, so the Joker card here isn't being part of the hand itself. The Joker is giving you basically a power-up to spawn a card on the coin pusher table of your choosing. I like that. I like all of those items. I need to reorganize the poker hand game information up here. By the way, speaking of Balatro, the soundtrack right now. If a Joker card is collected, he adds a charge to player's cheating ability. Cheating ability allows the player to spawn a card on the table of their choosing. Or sometimes dynamite. That was a really good idea, Drumels. Okay, how are we with the organization down here? Okay. As good as you're gonna get with Markdown, to be honest. All of your guys' ideas are making this theme even better. I feel like this already, just from the design, and I mean, paper design doesn't mean that we can do it, but if we can do it, this sounds way cooler than Coin Pusher Reloaded already. Like, this already sounds, if we can accomplish it with the way that I'm envisioning it, even this one game could feel like its own game, which is kind of the point of these themes. You should be able to jump into each of these themes and feel like, wow, okay, the next 3 to 5 hours of my gameplay is going to be this, and it'll be really fun. All right, let's reformat the poker hand backboard up here. Passive poker hand game. On the backboard, the player will see 5 slots. Along with a reward bar. These do not have these are not 3D, but are a part of the backboard's texture / art. These track the playing cards and associated poker hand that the player has at any given time. During play, playing cards will spawn on the table that can then be collected as expected. However, depending on which bucketed area they fall into off of the table, the card that is collected will replace the card in the associated slot on the backboard. General reference image can be seen here. Okay. Once the player has cards in a pattern that a poker hand can be built, potential reward is shown. For certain hands, the order is not... Well, I don't think the order matters for any hand. The odor does not matter for any. Also, I just noticed, but technically we should not have a... Well, we can have a high card reward. We can always remove that if need be. At any time, the player can manually turn in the hand to obtain the reward listed. Rewards are static depending on hand, but trinket modifiers may affect them. They're not really static. May affect their magnitudes. Oops, that's not what I meant. Don't make an issue out of that. Below are the rewards for different hands. Once a hand is turned in, all slots are wiped. All card slots on the backboard are wiped. If the player obtains a Joker card, we should also specify too that the spawn cards are all from one regularly sized 52 card deck plus 4 jokers. It would be pretty cool if you could build your own deck. However, I feel like that's a little bit over complicated for a casual game. What we can do, however, is increase the we can increase the chance for certain cards or suits to drop via trinket buffs and debuffs. I should note too, only one card of a certain any kind can exist on the table and backboard at any time. If a card is lost under any means, that card is then up to be respawned immediately. What that means is, if a 9 of clubs is on the backboard or on the table, it cannot be spawned again until it is either lost off sides or the backboard is wiped. Jokers will not be an exception to this rule. Jokers explained lower are not an exception to this rule. Player cannot manually spawn in a card that is already in play in some form. It's fine, I don't care if it's redundant, shut the fuck up. I can already sense some, that we'll need to make sure that when the player is opening up their cheat ability, that we either pause the table's physics and pushing, which would be the safest, or we make sure that if another card is collected while the player has that interface open, that we regenerate that interface and remove that card from consideration. One of those two cases. I'm kind of leaning towards if the player has certain things like menus open or is doing a mini game, that we can loop through all of the collectibles on the table and freeze them in place until the mini game or menu is finished or closed or whatever, and then we can resume the physics. It'll just prevent a whole slew of potential issues that could happen, but either way we will need some way to ensure that there isn't any unforeseen behavior, and I don't know how that's going to look yet. It is kind of lame if we have to freeze the items, but at the same time it is just by far the safest universal method that we can do, and I don't have to put in a whole bunch of bespoke functions to handle how the game is supposed to manage different scenarios. Okay, we can finish designing these here. High card. God damn it. Serious? I hate with Markdown you can't. This is actually easier without the visual editor. It's actually way easier without the visual editor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. 2. Go high card. Pair. 2 pair. 3 of a kind. Straight. Gay. Queer. Questioning. Map. I shouldn't joke about that. You know what a map is, Don't look up a map. If you're thinking right now, he just said the word map, he must be referring to that piece of paper with markings that tell you where certain things are. That's how it should remain. There is no other meaning to map. Do not Google it. Do not look it up. Promise you it won't be good. Gives 1 coin. Pear is tumbleweed. Spawns a tumbleweed. Spawns 5 coal nuggets. What was the use of the gold nuggets? Did we miss those? We spawn a gold nugget. What was the point of the gold nuggets? Oh, that's right. It's the gold penny minigame. Yeah, it's a minigame spawn. I'll put little notes here for the minigame spawns. I'm okay with... I just realized I have some Sudafed on my... Fair warning to anybody in chat, by the way, if you are taking something called xylometazoline, I think is the name in English. Which you can buy like for like nasal congestion and allergic rhinitis. Do not take this. Never, ever, ever, ever use this in your life. It is very easy to obtain. You don't need a prescription. And because of that, it only makes it more dangerous. This shit is fucking dangerous. It's addictive. I don't think it should be sold without a prescription. It's not like some people can be okay with it and some can't. It's horrible. It's one of the worst things you can ever buy. There's my medical advice for the day. The danger is that while it works, when it starts to run out of working, it will actually have a rebound effect on your nose, making it worse than it was before you took the medicine. And while this effect is temporary, it can be so bad that it will make you think that you are suffocating. It has a horrible psychological and physical effect for like hours, up to like half a day or even a full day after stopping taking it. It's really, really bad. And because of that, people get addicted to it, and it starts to destroy their nose because it shouldn't be used for very long. Horrible, horrible medicine. I have a nose problem, and I was taking it because I need to get surgery on my septum. Dangerous stuff. Gold nuggets. Coal nuggets. I don't know how many coal nuggets. I mean, what's the spawn for a coal nugget? Losing any non-coin item. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with doing it through this then. Minecart pieces, I think I'll skip, though we still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. And we have 7 things. Spawns 1 minecart piece. Spawns a wooden nickel. Royal flesh will be... Obtain 1 trinket. I mean, I feel like it's just gonna be so hard to obtain in the first place, unless you manage to save up 5 jokers, which is not out of the realm of possibility. The problem is you then need to collect those jokers in the right slot, so it's not a given. But we could say obtain 1 trinket and we can make it more rare. I don't yet know. I was looking up some algorithms for spawning in items randomly. You know, obviously I can use seeds, right? But there were a couple of algorithms for ensuring that seeded items had good distribution. I guess my main thought process would be how we can spawn in more specific items, like how can we differentiate rarity in a way that is seeded, so that if we input that same seed again, that we can obtain that same item. Because I do want there to be a way for players to input seeds from other players and basically purchase custom, well, not custom, but purchase existing shared trinkets. So like you can share a screenshot with your trinket that you got and it was really rare, and it'll have the seed on there, and then that way other people can, for a very large number of the currency that you obtain in the game, purchase that exact same trinket for a a very high price. I thought that could be like a fun little community thing for a casual game. Well, we know we want it, we don't know how we do it, so it's a known unknown. We'll figure it out later. Spawns 1 gold bar. Gold bars are the universal currency. We had them in Coin Pusher Reloaded, and I think we'll keep them the same here. But the purpose will be different. Spawns 2 dynamite. I don't want to spawn too many items that can be used for mini games at one time, right? Because I can like always spawn 5 gold nuggets, but the problem is that each of those is a minigame trigger. You know what we could do is we could spawn one... Let's spawn 1 gold nugget down here. We'll spawn 10 coal nuggets here, or maybe we can even boost that up if needed. But trinkets will also boost that. Straight flush is spawn 3 train tickets, or just spawn 2 train tickets. That's a good start. Okay, once a hand is turned in, all card slots on the backboard are wiped. If the player obtains a Joker card, maybe we should just have like a section for cheating. Cheating. Single charge is added to the player's cheating ability, where they can pull cards out from up their sleeve. This ability can be used at any time while player has a charge. And using it will consume a charge. When activated, the player can select any viable not in play card from the deck to spawn on the table. There is a percentage chance that dynamite is spawned instead, with the charge still getting consumed. Hey Jim the Dandy, poopy pants. Not today. I don't leave streaks, I wipe well. If there's any streak that's left, it's blood, because that's how well I wipe. Not because I'm, like, have intestinal problems. You know what? Just scratch that. Don't put that in the VOD. How you doing? We're gotta clean out all these bottles today. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's pretty fun. It's very casual, but it does allow for some strategy on the table, and it's really cool. It is good. I can say that. It might dilute some of the trinket pool, to be fair. But overall, I'm happy with it. I think we'll go through all of the possible buffs and debuffs after we're done designing all the content. Because right now I just don't know what that's going to look like. But we do have a section for it up here. Big ol' list. Gold pen. Okay, well, if we've designed that, we can probably fill out the same thing, but with the backboard holes. I was heading 2 for that. Oh no, heading 3. This document is getting very long. The fuck? That was weird. Thanks for the follow, Jim and Dandy. Thanks for helping us. By the way, if we get to 1,000 followers, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream where I probably will say a bunch of things to get me canceled. We'll have a lot of fun playing games, maybe together. Can play some co-op games, and we'll just chill. Order a pizza or something. Actually, I'm so broke that I would probably get my wife to make a pizza and put it in a container and then bring it to me at my office. Because it's way cheaper than getting a pizza delivered. I mean, technically it is still delivered pizza, it's just way cheaper. I don't think she'd be very happy with that. Oops. Let me do that. Eating out, it really is. Let's save what we have so far. We were taking a look yesterday, and we had like a card in our mailbox. It was like 2 large pizzas for 100 zloty, which if I had to, what's a good way to convert that? It's like 25 US dollars, right? Or 2 large pizzas in delivery, but it's in Poland, so you'd probably have to multiply it by about 3 to get the actual price. So let's just say it's about 75 US dollars for 2 large pizzas delivered. Is about what the equivalent exchange would be with the cost of living and the how much you earn here in the country. Who the hell would ever do that? Especially when I can go down and get like a refrigerated... Hold on. I can get these, okay? They're not super big, but they're not super small either. It's like 400 grams of food, right? This just needs to be reheated, like 12 minutes. 12 to 15 minutes in the oven. And this is $4. Roughly $3 to $4. Only reason pizza's cheap elsewhere is probably due to exploitation of workers. There is a lot of that, yeah. There certainly is. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the backboard holes. That's what I was doing. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, let's get rid of these. Hey, Fluffy Panda. What's that U-Track app? U-Track is a program from JetBrains. They make a lot of coding software like and IDEs, and it is free. It's very much like Jira or Trello, but I think it's better than Jira and Trello combined. It's a little bit harder to use in the sense that it has more advanced features, but also Trello requires you to pay for really important features, and same with Jira. U-Track, on the other hand, has all of its features for free for up to 10 users. So there's no change in features. And you get 30 gigabytes of storage. So it's just a better Trello or Jira, but free for up to 10 people, and you get 30 gigabytes of storage. Yeah, it's amazing. Absolutely incredible. If you're already familiar with them and you've used some of their products, it's just like that, but, you know, really nice here. And then you can link tasks on cards too, and also, if I can find one, Ocean Combat. You can link articles. You can make custom fields for your cards with different values. Like, this is something that I think you have to pay money for in Jira, like a lot of money to get access to. And Trello, I think you have to pay for access to that as well. And this is, again, literally every single feature of U-Track is free. All of it. And the only thing that changes to pay is that you get more access to storage and users. It's incredible. You can also create your own, they're called workflows, but basically these are scripts that can run. So for instance, I have a Discord webhook. Where is it? That fires over to Discord when a new card is made or changed or whatever. So you can completely customize U-Track if you want to. They have a bunch of built-in workflows too. So for instance, maybe you want to have some specific, workflow that happens when a bug gets reported. You can have it listen for bugs and then email people. I don't know. There's just tons of different things you can do. Yeah, Dramux made a whole feedback system. Actually, Dramux's system is a perfect example of how much you can do with U-Track, and again, it's all free. Really incredible. And this is basically like Confluence, this knowledge base. So if I wanted to reference, for instance, let's say, here's like an article for Colden Chronicles. Really, really nice and easy. Feel like using Trello may be a good alternative. Yeah, Trello, I used Trello many, many years ago when they had more features, but then they started to gate really, really important features behind a pretty absurd price, in my opinion. And since then, I don't know, $10 per user. Just to get shit like calendars and observers, really? And data exports? And here's the shitty thing is, when I'm like an indie dev, I often work with a lot of people on the outside. Or, I work with multiple smaller team members, and if I have to invite somebody for one small thing, I have to pay more money for it. Like, what the hell? I'll send you a Discord stuff that needs to be printed out. Okay, I will print it. Tell me, just give me each one and the number of copies for each one. So imagine U-Track is like this. Imagine all of this is free for up to 10 people. Backboard will have coin-sized holes, maybe a tiny bit larger, that if a coin goes into it, a gold nugget is spawned on the table. Because the gold nugget is a minigame spawning item, what I think I'll do is the holes will close up. Let's put it this way. Every n number of seconds, the holes will open and a gold nugget can be seen behind one of them. This nugget will change which hole it's in every n number of seconds while active. If the nugget is obtained, all holes close and a timer will tick down until another nugget is available. I think this will help prevent it from being too distracting from like the poker minigame, the poker hands. The holes and nugget will stay active until the player obtains the nugget. Any coins that fall into the wrong holes are lost forever. Never put it in the wrong hole. I hate how it bitches at me for using the word obtain. I fucking hate that. Obtain is not a complex word. I hate the dumbification of people. If you don't know what the word obtains is, then look it up. Damn. And simpler. Your mom's simple. Okay, I think the backboard is pretty damn good. Pegs. No, we don't have to do anything special for these. We can just say, like, for the bucket, this table has no bucket. It's not relevant to this one. Or technically this machine. Pegs, do we have any special mechanics on pegs? Do we want any special mechanics on pegs? I think not, because I think that would be distracting from the two backward mechanics we already have. This machine has no peg mechanic. Pusher. No. And this table has no table mechanic. Well, I mean, no, it doesn't. We don't want to overuse that, in my opinion. That's the reason why I'm not putting it there. Because we want to reserve ideas for mechanics to other themes. Like, for instance, maybe like a volcanic theme or a prehistoric one where sometimes, maybe there's a big volcano in the background and your goal is to make the dinosaurs extinct or whatever by, I don't know, whatever. But imagine a volcano, and maybe sometimes the volcano spews a rock, and where it hits, it creates a hole in the table that things can fall through, right, into the lava. It's actually a pretty good idea. So that would be a table mechanic. Wind tray. Technically, the wind tray does have mechanics. Technically, this machine has wind tray mechanics via the passive poker hand minigame, explained in more detail in that section, in the backboard section. Other than that, no specific wind tray mechanics exist. And we do have gutter mechanics. These are the trains that can be fueled. This is really mentally taxing work. I was gonna do some design work over the weekend, but I then got No Man's Sky and I was playing that all weekend, so. In fact, I tried No Man's Sky. Okay, there's 2 other times I've tried No Man's Sky. One was when it first came out. I bought it, it was fucking horrible, and I refunded it. The second time I tried was after one of the updates, I can't remember which one. And I enjoyed it, but it still felt lacking. And I had got this by Game Pass, so I didn't have it on Steam. And now I just rebought it on Steam, normally, and I played 30.7 hours over the weekend. If that gives you any idea of how much of my weekend I wasted, it was 30.7 hours. So I had fun, what it comes down to. The game is much better. The new update is pretty buggy though, so I would like wait until a couple of updates come out to fix things. But the game is good. It has a lot of features. It's fun. I hate how this image though looks like it was AI generated. I know it's not, but it has that like symmetrical feel and stylized feel to 90% of AI generated backgrounds. Okay, no more distractions. Where are the gutter mechanics? Train. Train wagons. We need to like draw this. I'm gonna draw a side view. Yeah, that'll work. Straight on view. Actually, speaking of this soundtrack that we're hearing right now, has there been any big change to Core Keeper to make it better? Not that I hated the game, but I felt like the end game was really, really, really lacking in Core Keeper. The progression felt off. It just felt like you were fighting bosses and not really progressing your character anymore. It felt like they ran out of ideas. Like all the cool ideas they put in like the first 2 or 3 regions, and then there were more regions to the game and they just didn't put anything interesting there. Very grindy too. Off of the sides of the table, where items would normally be lost, trains are waiting with empty wagons to catch items that fall off the sides. Since these items have physics, not all items will be caught. However, the ones that are will start filling up the wagon. Yeah, that'll work. And then we'll put in below is a straight on view of the table, and you can imagine the shot being mirrored here. Both sides have trains with wagons. The trains, however, need to be fueled in order to run. As coal nuggets are lost off of the sides, a train on that side will start to get fueled. Coal nuggets are instantly used to fuel the train when they fall. They do not need to fall into wagon and cannot fall into them. I feel like there was something else I was supposed to say about cold nuggets. But I can't remember. some indicator on the table or near the gutters will inform the player of the train's fuel on that side of the table. Once fully fueled, that train will I'm gonna go a little bit lower level into the technical aspects here, just because I have an idea for how we can do it, but I want to remember it. Once fully fueled, we'll freeze those we'll attach all contained items to the wagon's route so that they don't move physically. Would this work? Because the train will move, and I want ideally the items will stay in there in the way that they should be, in the way that they were put in, and then we can dump them onto the table. But attaching them to the route's not going to work because then they don't have a parent. And I don't want to mess around with the logic of that. That's just going to be overly complex. It would be the simplest way to move them kinetically. I don't know. It doesn't have to look good. I mean, if we can make it look good, I think that's the ideal here, but it doesn't have to. It's an arcade game. Not like it needs to be realistic. What we could do is freeze them. Yeah, we could do the attachment to the wagon route so that they are just now static meshes that are attached to that wagon, and zoom it up to where it needs to go to dump the items. But instead of dumping those items, we'll keep an array of the specific items that are within there when we do the detection, and spawn them in separately, and spawn them in a way that will prevent them from, hopefully, getting like stuck physically on things. And then we can just remove all the children static meshes from there once the spawning is finished. Yeah, once fully fueled, what we'll do is we will detect the items inside, store it in an array, attach static meshes to wagon route, move train where it needs to be, spawn safely items, dump on table. Then destroy all components attached to wagon. Then move back to location. Then move back to gutter location. Just to gutter. I think that works from a technical aspect, but that doesn't really work from a design point of view. Like, I need to explain it better. Train leaves its location at the gutter. Who's the primary consumer of this document? Developers. Like, you guys will be able to see this and read this, by the way, but it is primarily meant for us to read, to remember what do we want to do, what is the purpose of this, and then we can go lower level when we're actually implementing it and make separate documents or expand upon it further. But because it's only really like 2 or 3 of us working on this game, I don't really see a need to spend copious amounts of time on the documentation. And as long as it's there in the high level, we can solve it on like Discord chat for the low level. Yeah, this I just want to put here because I don't want to forget. Because I think that this is a way to solve it, and I feel like I will forget how I wanted to solve it when I'm implementing the feature. So, like, this doesn't belong here at all, but at the same time, I'll just put like a technical jargon. At this stage, though, we should be primarily all high level. So I might use like numbers here, but they're really just kind of like placeholder. Or use like n number. I'll be pretty happy if we can at least just get this designed in like 5 days. 3 to 5 days is my expectation. I think we can probably even do 3 to I mean, it kind of depends on... It's hard to put a amount of time on game design just because it's so unpredictable. You might just walk into work one day and be creatively drained. You might be up on a task that is just way more difficult to think about than another. Or a specific mini game is way more complex, you don't know how to solve it. So I've always hated giving time predictions to producers for game design tasks. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take to design this. As soon as possible, ideally, in the best way that it can be. But I'd like to keep the design of these themes, at least in the high level, down to 3 to 5 days, because I think that'll be a pretty good starting point. Especially because I'm studying for a project management exam I have tomorrow, and it caught my attention. Oh, well, with regards to project management, yeah. I don't know if you're like in game development or not, RuffyX. Tell me if you are or aren't. But I can tell you what, producers don't really like that I can't predict game design tasks. But I can't. Like, unless it's balancing, you know, sitting in a spreadsheet is a little bit more predictable. But man, I cannot tell you game design. A good example is I was working on the train simulator, and they were like, it was very system heavy, right? It was very systems driven game like that, and like the company management, or, you know, like the random events that spawn, so hard to predict. Like, I don't know. I have an idea of what I want to do, but to get it documented, to figure out whether or not it's going to work, I don't know, software dev for robotics. So that's cool. Did some shorter projects as a side job for similar to game design work. Yeah, anything that's like creatively demanding, it's hard to predict. I don't know. And producers, like I said, were never very happy with that. Where was I? Gutters, right. Once fully filled, the train leaves its location at the gutter and zooms up to a spot above the gutter on its respective side. The hoppers at the bottom of the wagon open up, allowing items to spill onto the table. Some might get lost off of a gutter in the process. It is what it is. Once that's done, the train resumes its spot at the gutter, waiting for filled up with items and fuel again. Fuel is separate for each gutter. You just give rough order of magnitude estimates like minus 25 plus 75. Should I do some based on previous projects? I know that we struggled a lot with it with the production, and it's not like it was perfect. You know, sometimes I got done sooner, sometimes it was delayed. You know, I tried to get it done as quickly as I could, but it was really tough on that project because for most of it, I was the only designer. I was the only one writing massive documentation about all of the features and systems of that game. And so it was really creatively draining to just go from like one feature design to next feature design to next feature design. And it was just like, it really burnt me out because, you know, there was no variation to it. There was no week break where it was like, okay, now I can just balance or something. It was just design, 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 design. Then we got to balancing, and that was a lot more enjoyable. It was easier. It was less creatively demanding. It wasn't easier, it was just less creatively demanding. I don't know. That was tough. I don't know if I have any of the documents. I don't even know if I could show any of the documents if I even had them. I'd have to get... I don't think I have any here. Oh. I don't really want to contact my old bosses either and ask them for permission to show on stream. But maybe I could. My fields normally not have the full system design up front, but just generally lay down the structure and how parts are going to talk to each other. Yeah, so it's like in game design, you would have like high level and low level. So you would start with the high level, especially in pre-production, because you don't give a fuck how it's balanced in pre-production. Numbers themselves are like so useless in pre-production. If it's a percentage chance to happen, that's all you need to know. You make it a float value, you set it up to determine percentages, and you move on with your life. That's it. So, you know, I see a lot of like game design that will... I've seen this before. It's not a lot, but I've seen this before where I will get delivered super low level data like this in pre-production. And I'm like, bro, I don't care. This isn't necessary. This is a whole bunch of slop that means nothing because we don't even have anything prototyped. Just All I need to know is, okay, you're going to have 7 values for taste, and they are ranging between 0 and 100. Okay, that's it. That's all I need to know. And the way that you calculate these behind the scenes is an average of the values of the ingredients in the cauldron. That's it. That's literally all that you have to tell me. Yeah, what are you gonna do with the ads? Like, I don't care. Like, I wish I could show you some of the spreadsheets that I've seen in my time, because some of them are just, they look like this. They're like just a bunch of number slop with literally no gameplay even made yet. And I take a look, I'm like, okay, close it. Where's the document that tells me what this does? I don't care about the numbers. The numbers are not gonna be relevant for like over a year. The only time I can use numbers is when I'm sure of something, right? Like, okay, I want to have 6 bullets that fit in the revolver, or 3 pieces of a minecart, because I know that those are only going to be 3 pieces. That's it. Otherwise, random percentage chance to be spawned. And then I might tell, I might have like a document lower on if I was working with programmers here, but I'm going to be the programmer for this, so it is what it is. But if I were with a programmer, I would say random percentage float chance. And that way, the programmer, I can say, hey, when you see that, then you know that that should be exposed to me as that variable. And sometimes while they're working on implementing the feature, I will start creating the data in the spreadsheet so that it's ready to go when they're finished with creating the feature. What I found is that it's better to directly involve a team that's going to work on the features when designing them if possible. Helps with feeling motivated and in charge. Yeah, it helps give them a sense of ownership over the feature too. Which is definitely something that cannot be understated. Okay, that looks good. Gutters done. Jesus Christ, this is getting pretty big. That's good though. I'll tell you what, it burnt me, making design documents burnt me out so much on that train simulation game. Because I was stressed and I had to do like dozens of them. And they were massive documents. They were massive documents because it was just so systems heavy, that game. And the range of experience of programmers working on the project was so horrible that some of them could not work if you didn't explicitly lay out in detail how the system should function. God, that project was a fucking mess. But it burnt me out for so long that I didn't really want to make design documents for like 2 years afterwards. It was horrible. It's very foreign to me. We always have barely any I mean, if it works, it works. Like, your goal is to make, I don't know, whatever you want to make, right? There might be some teams that are so experienced that making little documentation is perfect. Or maybe you're like visual engineers, right? So that playing with Legos is the most optimal way of communicating. Maybe it is. I personally like to have documentation because I forget things a lot. So making this gives me a good idea of exactly what I wanted to accomplish, the purpose for it, and I can kind of see my intentions. But sometimes time is a luxury. Actually, in most game development, time is a massive luxury, and you have to use it optimally. Sure, it would be great if I had enough time in the world and a team and enough money to pay for making beautiful documentation and GDDs that had all the information perfectly laid out and always updated. The number of cases where that's ever happened, 0. Or always short-staffed, you can never justify making proper... Exactly, it's just... If you have a team of engineers, sometimes the most optimal thing is just to work. And not to make a bunch of shitty documentation when you could just have a meeting, talk about it, and get working on it. It's never optimal, is it? Okay, table mechanics section, I'm happy with. Table items section, I'm happy with. I really don't like working in Markdown, but we're gonna do it for this game. Or for Google, I prefer not Google Docs, but Microsoft Word. It is what it is. We need more documentation on minigames. Primarily the whiskey glass toss and shooting gallery. Those shouldn't be too hard to explain. And then the dueling minigame we'll need, and gold panning. But I think today, since we only have like an hour and a half left, we can probably do the documentation for the whiskey glass toss and shooting gallery. They're pretty easy. They're both carnival games. They don't really have any explanation that's needed here. Unless, I mean, okay. I take that back. We can enhance them. I think we can make the whiskey glass toss game even better. You guys know the game, this game, right? You throw the ping pong ball, you get it in there, you get certain points or whatever. In our case, then we're gonna have different colors for the rewards that you want, and maybe you're given like three ping pong balls. Is there any way that we can make this more interesting? I want it to take place in the like medical office. Like a Wild West doctor's office. Where we see, you know, like a lot of like snake oil and miracle tonic and alcohol. What if instead of laying out the whiskey glasses in a like uniform pattern, what if they're spread across the office in randomly generated locations? Like, let's use this as an example. Someone will have a gunfight in the general area and accidentally shoot and hit the balls. You know what? Let's save that for... Hold on. I like that idea. I'm gonna save it for the military base. I want this one to be a little bit more tame. But what if we spawn, like, I'll just use the boxes. Imagine that they're whiskey glasses, right? What if we just place a bunch of you know, like routes around the office, and we choose 10 of them randomly, and we spawn whiskey glasses in those locations, and the every time you play the game, it's going to respawn them in different locations, but for that iteration of the game, they'll remain in that place. And you can then bounce them across the room a bit to see if you can get it in that whiskey glass. I'd have to play around with like bounciness settings. Oh, it should be possible. We'll have to see. Is a clinic or some chemical reactions maybe? Maybe the ball changes properties after hitting certain glasses. Or hitting certain items. Power-ups. Okay, I think we're going in the right direction here with it. Like maybe there's a power up for +2 balls, so if you hit it, you know, you get an extra ball essentially. But it could also then still bounce into a glass. Or, you know, like next ball is super bouncy, so it can bounce for longer. Or it gives a random whiskey glass like a suction ability for the next ball. I don't know how you feel about that. Let's keep spitballing though, because I like that this already feels better than just regular ass tossing. This has more character, more charm to it. Definitely already way cooler. Get another patient in there. I don't. We'd have to put somebody in there though, which we can do. We can put somebody in there. Let me go piss. Keep thinking about it. Stare at the scary chair. Here we. Never mind, I think somebody's in there. I'm too scared to knock. I'll suffer. I'm out of drink anyway. It would be great to do things with a lot of destructibility, but it might be a little bit hard given our resources. You know, it's already a pretty complex scene, and there's just like, again, 3 of us. It's also something that could be iterated on later if we do have the time and ability to add in some destructibility. What if it's kind of like mini golf in a way? Hang with me. Where you can see to some extent the trajectory that your balls are going to take. Maybe not infinitely, but to some extent. And how they'll bounce. Not a course, but more like, you're blocked by certain things, like the desk. And there's a whiskey glass with like a trinket, you know, something that you really, really want behind the desk. And you can maybe like press Q and E to change your perspective within the office to like a different angle to see where different glasses are. And you can try to figure out how you're going to bounce it to land in there. Yeah, and like basic interactions in the environment, things like that. So it's more like, you know, it's like mini golf, but you're trying to get it into whiskey glasses, and you're throwing the ball instead of like hitting the ball. Yeah, switch to, okay, so okay, let's write some of this down. Medical office. Random number of whiskey glasses spawned from a large number of possible spots. Change perspective in office, but not throwing location. See how I feel about that. Power-ups to gain more balls, make them more bouncy. I mean, it'll be really easy to detect if a ball gets into a glass, and then we can just freeze it there. You know, I don't want to make it like bounce out because that's not really super fun for a casual game. Though we could always turn that off if we want to, but I think for now, just if ball lands in glass, cannot bounce out. Perhaps to get more balls, make them more bouncy. See trajectory. Some glasses hidden. So we'll need to switch perspective, find the ones you want. think it works as a minigame. You know, there's already strategy, right? You have to, you know, pick your throwing angle and power. There's some interactive elements. We can use data layers or level instances to have different layouts of the office. And then within that, we can randomize other elements too, so that each run feels unique. Offices, and then spawn random layouts of items and furniture within. To me, that's pretty good. I don't think we need any more info on the high level for that right now. That one is designed on the high level, and I think that we can absolutely achieve that. Okay. Wait a second. Whoa, wait. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. I thought for a second that we didn't have a trigger for the safe cracking minigame. I forgot it takes place on the train. It's the train ticket. I was really, really scared. I was like, shit, not another one. And the tumbleweed is the whiskey toss game. And maybe you're throwing little mini tumbleweeds instead of ping pong balls. Tumbleweed toss. Dude, it's the perfect name. Tumbleweed toss. Holy shit. Guys, I'm cooking. That's a really good name. Wait, is tumbleweed the singular and plural? No. No, it is tumbleweed and tumbleweeds. Ain't no way, yo. I broke it by saying ain't no way, yo. Using groks. I don't think that the dictionaries often include plural forms of words, do they? Haha, way, yo. It's just tumbleweed for one and tumbleweeds for more. What's got you rolling like a tumbleweed? God damn it. Shut the fuck up, Grok. Suck my dick, you fucking jokester. What's got you rolling like a I swear to God, nobody in chat better start saying that every day in the morning. What up, man? What's got you rolling like a tumbleweed? Actually, it's a pretty good saying, to be fair. Gork is a goth girl. I have not paid for Grok, so I have not tried talking to the Grok girl. If somebody donates enough money for me to get Grok, we can have a dating stream for Grok. I will forget my wife for one day, and I can try to seduce Grok. That'll be the entire video. Okay, gameplay. Taking place in the town's... Taking place in the doctor's office. 24 hours of grokking. Dude, I'm grokking so hard right now. Like jorking, but... I just want to go home and I just need to grok off a bit. Tumbleweed toss involves the player tossing miniature tumbleweeds in an effort to land them inside of whiskey glasses strewn about the office. Hey, Chisla. How's it going? This is similar to the carnival game, where you throw ping pong balls into fish bowls. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys, I was actually very, very scared that we would not be able to design minigames, because I don't feel like I've ever been very good at designing minigames. But with your help, I'm very happy with this. Throughout the doctor's office, reference below, will spawn whiskey glasses and power-ups Do we want some rewards for these minigames to be things that will spawn on the table? Like maybe you landed in a whiskey glass with a bullet, so it'll spawn a bullet on the table when you get back. I kind of like it. Player's perspective is static, but the player can move the camera around and hit buttons to change their perspective of the office. However, they can only toss tumbleweeds from the starting perspective. Each time the minigame is activated, we randomly change the layout of the office and the locations of items within. Okay. Alright, I was just marking what we've already written down. Player can adjust the throwing angle by moving the camera around. And the power of their throw by holding down the throw button. Releasing the throw button releases the tumbleweed, which will then bounce around the room a bit till it I'm going to confirm this in this next section. If the tumbleweed lands in a glass, we instantly count it and freeze the removing the tumbleweed and glass in the process. Do not spawn an additional glass. If the tumbleweed rolls on the ground for too long, or enough time has passed since it was thrown, we despawn it. Number of tumbleweeds available to throw is decremented immediately upon throwing. For the last ball, the last tumbleweed, we have to ensure it has enough time to bounce around. A little bit lower level than I wanted, but it is what it is. Throughout the level, there may be interactive elements that can open up new aspects of the level, potentially revealing new whiskey glasses or power-ups. One example, a switch that opens up a drawer on a desk. Some whiskey glasses. How you doing, Travis? What's up? Will be hidden by geometry and may only be visible via other perspectives. How goes the dev? It goes great. A lot of work though. A lot of mental work. Lastly, we need to talk about like power-ups. Power-up examples that will apply to one or more tumbleweeds when obtained. Gain plus X number of tumbleweeds. The next X number of tumbleweeds are more bouncy. For the next X number of tumbleweeds, you can see a trajectory of the path the tumbleweed will take. Looks good to me. In addition, may find table items in glasses that, when back at the table, will spawn in on the table. Okay. Tumbleweed toss is designed. Thanks for helping me design that, Refx. I like it a lot. It's really hot in my office, though. It's really uncomfortably warm in my office right now. Oh. It's gonna be a little bit hotter tomorrow. I do have a fan I can turn on. A little bit of a help. All right, let me try going to the bathroom again. Then we can spend the next hour designing the shooting gallery, which honestly, I think we can kind of figure out what we want to do with references for that. We'll see. Give me 1 second. Hopefully nobody's in there this time. Whoa. Crack, is this true? Oh my. This has been a very productive but mentally or creatively draining day, I should say. Not mentally draining, more just creatively draining. And then we need to do this for 2 other themes. The good news is I think that we actually have a lot of time to do that before like Borderlands 4 comes out. I think we can finish up with the 100% we can finish up with Wild West tomorrow. And then either start to write some of the core stuff. We might write some of the core stuff because I think once we have Wild West done, we can start to jump into figuring out exactly what it should look like. Hey Rex, you should try study Niagara. My head is about to explode. Yeah, it's pretty complex, isn't it? And then you have to do motion design after that. I think this stuff is so fucking awesome, though. And effector classes. This stuff is wild. It's crazy. I've never touched this in UE5. I think it's still either experimental or beta plugin. Which of course means it's gonna be buggy as fuck. And this isn't even some of the cooler stuff people have made with it. There's a whole boot up 2+ hour deep dive. Jesus Christ. There's so many cool things we can do with it. Basically playing nodes on top of object groups? I do not know. I don't know anything about this either. All I know is you can now do this in Unreal. And it's apparently quite efficient from like a performance standpoint. And has like insane levels of power if you have the brain and imagination to think about it. I'm gonna get back. Well, no, but we can start to deep dive into this because I literally have there's nothing else for you from art to do right now apart from, you know, maybe gathering some like asset packs that we can use for things that you can't make yourself. Although you would have to, you know, I'd have to get done with one of these themed areas first, to be honest. So yeah, I have no clue how to use it, but you can do shit like this and it's not even part of animation. It's just like this is separate. You can sequence it, but you can also tie it to like the player moving around. And the player can be the effector in this case and make this stuff happen as they walk around the level. This is not megalights. Although I assume that it works with megalights too. Fucking insane. Obviously stuff you can do for like 2D. I don't know, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. But we'll try to, Rex, I'll try to get the design for the Wild West area done by tomorrow. Although, well, yeah, I'll try to get it done by tomorrow, and then we can talk about it, and we can start to think of what asset packs and what kind of style we need to use. I definitely don't need to have achievements or trinket buffs, debuffs done in order to have that talk, since that's separate. I think we'll probably have to use asset packs with the amount of stuff in the game. I mean, it doesn't mean that we have to use it for everything, but I mean, we can try to see what you can make alone if you want. And if we can do it all alone, then that's great. If not, it's no big deal. But there might be some really complex stuff that it would be more useful to spend our time iterating on to make sure that we can, you know, develop one of these themes in a reasonable amount of time as opposed to spending half a year working on one theme. You know, it's not very efficient. When instead we could just buy a couple of asset packs. Nobody's gonna, you know, be too upset at a 2-man, 3-man team buying some assets for something like this. Especially when so much of it that we're going to be interacting with will be bespoke, like the table. Shooting gallery. We can save the dueling minigame and panning for tomorrow. But today we should finish up with the shooting gallery. I think this will be pretty easy. Wild West shootout. Unity asset flip? It's not gonna be Unity. I can tell you that. Ain't no way we're working in Unity. I have my dignity to hold on to. The fuck is this? Like a blow-up game. The hell? Incredible. Just inflatable versions of it. Old West style shooting game rejected by July 4th festival. What a bunch of prudes. There's a lot of Wild West themed ones. It's always a fun theme for it though. Pretty low quality images. Wow. That is a really, really dense scene. $1 for 20 shots. That's a pretty good price. You know, making it feel like a miniature set would be, I think, pretty cool. That way we can play with the scale, kind of like you would have here. Drill, baby, drill. China. Look at this shooting. That's the perfect way to hold a gun. That image is canceled? Yeah, well, you know, we are canceled. I think like interactive animated elements would be really nice. The biggest challenge, and I think also one of the biggest bits of fun with a shooting minigame like this, is the attention to detail, sound effects. This is like the most lazily set up scene ever. Like there's some interesting aspects to it, and then the rest of it's just, oh, here's a toy that we glued a fucking target to. Random ass ghost that I picked up at a yard sale. Oh look, they increased their price too. This on the other one, this said 10 shots for, or 20 shots for $1, and this was 15 shots for 50 cents. Fucking ripoff, man. Prospector Peak. Like a Brer Rabbit themed. I think the way that we could make the shooting minigame more interesting is just by making a really nice looking scene. Various specific animations that can play. Good sound effects. And I think to make this a little bit interesting compared to the other mini games would be you shoot the targets, that way it's all consistent, and then you get points, and you can spend those points on different rewards at the end of it. I think that's cooler to me. Or, well, it's either that or we go the more gamified route where, like Coin Pusher Reloaded, we have things moving along splines in like a more mechanical fashion, and you have a time limit of where you can shoot things. This is a separate game you're looking at making. This is a mini game within Coin Pusher 2. That's just the placeholder title, but the sequel to Coin Pusher. And this would be in the Wild West theme. So we would have multiple themes in the game. This would be one of the themes. And within that, we have a mini game or a shooting gallery. But we can either go option 1 or option 2. Static scene, limited bullets, let's say, or dynamic scene, limited time. And or bullets. From Terraria. How you doing, Emikir? You know Terraria. Everybody knows Terraria. How do you set a chatbot flare? I have no clue. I've never done it before. Option 200%? I think so too. And to be fair, this doesn't mean that we can't have static elements within the dynamic scene. Or both. I would like us to be able to make these themes in like 1 to 2 months. Ideally, like completely made. So we'll need to get good at it, right? We'll need to find our, the pipeline. We can't do too much. 2 cents. Let me, yeah, you know what? Let me show you like there's like games like this. Hold on. I don't know what they're called. I need games like this. Shooting. Probably like aim trainers, to be honest. But it'd be more like an arcade aim trainer. Give me a second. Where the fuck's Grok? Come here, bitch. Find me some arcade shooting gallery games on Steam. What? The app ID, wait. Well, that's... Oh, fuck me! Oh, shit! It's like a war zone! Holy fuck, dude. Turn this off. Autoplay video. Go fuck yourself, autoplay videos. Oh. Oh, my heart. That scared the shit out of me. Okay, so it's like this, dude. So they'd be moving, right? So it's not like a moving platform. It's just more like they are dynamically in the scene. I hate this game. I hate this game because it scared me. Spilled the tea. Dude, that was horrendous. Capital horror. Oh, the house that, you know what, isn't this correct? Well, it's kind of like that, but that's like the old school on rails shooters, aren't they? Yeah, these are on rails shooters. Which, to be fair, I think we should have an on-rails shooter. But let's do that in a different theme. And like shit popping up in front of the camera while you're sitting in this room and the enemy comes up. So old school, it's perfect. There's some on-rail shooter games in the movie theater. Why don't we have any of those? Coin Pusher 2, just you wait. I don't know which area ID we want to use it in, but we'll do Apocalypse would be awesome, or like a zombie survival. That'll be one of the mini games. Alien Planet or Prison Break. Pew pew, shooting the guards. It'll be fun. There used to be, I think it was at the Mall of America. I don't know if they still have it. Is there like a Mall of America website? I mean, there has to be. I remember it being here. I don't know if they still have it. They probably got rid of it. By the way, this is a mall in the US. It's massive. It has like a roller coaster and a... It's got a theme park inside the mall. It's incredible. They used to have a shooting gallery game, and I think it was like Toy Story themed. I swear it was here. I'm not going crazy. I fucking swear it was here. Not an actual shooting. Please don't show me real people getting shot. Google. Yes, it was Buzz Lightyear. Where is it? Where's the Buzz Lightyear shooting ride? This fucking yes, this was it. It was amazing. This is the most amazing thing that mankind has ever created. Was it at Disneyland? I swear there was one at... Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin. Full ride POV. Let's fucking go.
Vid Spotlight Series.
Alright, check it. Your gun's out. Maybe we can do something like this, Rex. Universal Studios Japan had a weird one with Mario Kart where you shoot shells at other people. I have a horrible story about Universal Studios Japan. Oh, it looks pretty nice. That looks really nice. Okay, give me on the ride. So you get on these, right? It's on rails. And there are static and dynamic elements in the ride. This is better than POV porn, by the way. 2 people to each section. The cars will turn as you move. And you enter different rooms with things to shoot. Anything with the Z symbol, right? It's meant for kids, so they're pretty big. Aim for the Z's. This, but cooler with more dynamic elements. Because, you know, it's just one player playing it. It's not like a ride, right? And we can be really basic too in like the rotation of stuff. I think this is very doable. But in an even cooler way. You know what sucks is that for the Wild West theme, doing this in like a minecart would be perfect, but we already have a minecart minigame. And I wanted this to take place in a general store. Well, we could always do multiple. We could always have like one, like a static one for the... Just because we use a minigame idea doesn't mean that we can't build upon it in like a later theme or a different theme. I think that we could still use this idea of the on-rails shooter like this, just in a different theme. And for the Wild West one, we have the static, like, general store where you can like break all the bottles and shit. Sounds kind of lame though. Boss level that combines minigames. Well, the boss level will be a shooting game. Maybe there's some overlap here. To be fair, something like this would be way cooler. I don't know. So many ideas. Pretty lame because maybe I was a bit more mature, but it would have been cool if you choose something in your game a special effect happens, give it a more wow. Yeah, like this I think could work really well as a video game where it's just one player playing this, so we can go kind of balls to the wall with effects and things happening. Here with the ride, you have to kind of keep things static. Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Oh my god. Let's watch all the POV theme park rides. To be fair, I actually really like these POV theme park rides because they are really cool for seeing effects or getting ideas. They're pretty fucking awesome. Be allowed to make this Unreal system as its own versus just a static non-moving shooter. They're both a little bit of work, but in different areas. It's not horrible though. Like putting a camera sequence and just allowing the player to like click and shoot things. That's pretty easy. It's less about if it's easy or hard and more about, does this overlap with other mini games that we have already? Can we put this in an area of the game that is fun and has something dynamic to it? Can we make this mini game strategic in its own way? I don't know. I mean, the most complex part of the shooting gallery for Coin Pusher Reloaded was the timing. And putting that into like a data table. It's hard to visualize the timing of something without seeing it and then modifying some numbers. It was very time consuming. I don't know. Both limited bullets and limited time achieve the same thing, which is where you need to take extra care for what you're hitting to some extent, although limited bullets does this better. Limited time makes it more frantic. If it feels to play, maybe that's enough. I mean, we kind of had that though. I don't have it open with me. But we have that in Coin Pusher. We kind of made... This game was kind of our MVP. Watch out, Threat Interactive is gonna downvote my game because it uses Unreal. No. Play the trailer. It's stuck. There it is. We had the pew pew here. With things moving into the window. No, I know it would be fun if we did it. I know 100% whichever way we chose, either static scene or dynamic scene, we can find a way to make it fun. This is a time-tested game. There's not really any checking that we need to do here. The question is, does it overlap too much with the dueling minigame? And whereas the dueling minigame in some respects might be more fun as a rails shooter, where you're battling the bandits. Though I like the idea of dueling at high noon. And secondly, if we wanted this to take place in the general store, as a static scene, would that even be fun? Like, okay, dynamic theme, what are some ideas for dynamic themes for a rails shooter if we wanted to go like the dynamic route? An abandoned mine shaft, but we already have a mine shaft minigame. So I don't know. Don't know. I think we need to give this one some more thought. Like, we can't do it from the train because we already have something tied to the train. Kind of. No, so the dueling minigame, but I also thought it could be kind of cool if you're moving through the saloon, shooting up the bandits. Like, that could be cool too. Not that this is the only theme where we could do something like that. We have plenty of other, themed ideas. Like, that could be cool for the bank heist theme as well. So I think there's plenty of areas where we could use the on-rails shooter as a story beat for that theme, if we want to use that term. Or the prehistoric, like the good old classic Jurassic Park game. Reminds me of a Cowboy and Rails game on the PlayStation. We could always just save if the shooting minigame itself is too similar to... I don't... What if? What if? What if it takes place on the train that's moving around the map? And we're in a window shooting from the window of the wagon. And we can have static and moving elements within that. and like tie it to a data layer, spawn the data layer in, move the player, bang, 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 score, reward. Like, yeah, we use the train for something else, but I think the train is really cool, and why not use it twice? We can make it distinct enough so it's not really... The other minigame that takes place in the train is the safe cracking, which is you know, breaking into a safe. So it's not like... The train is just there as like a backdrop. It's not... It's just there to make the scenery cool and the sounds cool. But we could also use the train, if we have it, and it's, you know, quite a bit... It's quite a big centerpiece of the map itself, apart from the town, so why not just use it twice and do some cool shit with the train? And then the town itself becomes the interactive element, because now we're spawning in like you know, some things around the town to shoot. And the weapon itself can be hit scan, right? So we'll just do a line trace. It's not going to be like a bullet travel. It's a casual game, so that could work for me. The town becomes more interesting that way too, as opposed to just a set piece. I like it. We'll like design it further tomorrow, but at least now I know exactly how I want it to take place and where we want it to take place. Hit scan weapon. Data layer to spawn in, out, targets, general score you obtain to spend on rewards. That works for me. I mean, technically, this makes it an on-rails shooter, but it's like a very literal term for that. You're actually on train tracks. So we'll have that, we'll have the panning minigame and the dueling minigame to get to tomorrow. I have a vision for how the gold panning game should look. I have no idea how we accomplish it from a technical level. That's going to be a hard one to get right from a controls perspective. From a coin pusher to a mini game. Well, I did put today, and I probably should put this in writing, that I want 80-20 for gameplay percentages. And that I want mini games to be interesting enough that if you had the option to play mini games separately from the main game as much as you wanted, that they would be fun. Because I think that would be really cool to have the dozering part as the centerpiece, the mini games as not boring backdrops, but rather as elements with their own forms of progression and ways to min-max them and strategies, and something that would be fun to play even more. I want the player to be craving more with it, saying, oh, that was a really fun mini game. I understand better what to do now. I have some ideas of how I can play that better. I hope that I can get another item so that I can do it more properly. That's my hope. And I think that we've accomplished that today with the runaway minecart is probably the least interesting of those. We didn't do that today though. But that's okay. You're not gonna win them all. Tumbleweed toss, I really like the idea for. The safe cracking feels pretty cool too. The passive poker hand game with the cheating was a great idea. The train wagons, collecting items from the gutters is nice. It's good, it's good. We're making progress, slowly but surely. And thankfully, filling out achievements and trinkets will be a very easy matter. That'll be the easiest part of the design, so I'm gonna save that for last. Oh boy. A day of good design work. I'm happy with it. And we have more than enough time that if we have iterations or fixes or changes we want to make, we can do so. And we'll use this first theme to figure out the pipeline for creating these, with the goal of making a new theme from start to finish in like 1 to 2 months. Although I think that that's a little bit optimistic. The fuck are they doing up there? Moving chairs. This is like strong bad levels of chair scoot noise, and if you understand strong bad references, you're very based. And you're probably like 30 years old. Or older. I don't think anybody younger than 30 knows what strong bad is. Okay, that's it for me today. I'm done. I'm mentally pooped. I don't know if we need to save any of these images. Yeah. Those look good. We should probably get a general design. Yeah, let's do that. Desktop. Coin pusher 2 notes. Get that going. Safe cracking minigame we took care of. These are all good. Yeah, I couldn't guess what this game was. What was this game, by the way? Who sent me that? Was that Athano? What the fuck was this game? I have no clue what it was. Oh, I hate it. You know what? I'm gonna see the title for it. I'm gonna know exactly what it is. I don't think I ever played this. I never played GTA 2. That's crazy. I think the first GTA I ever played was at an arcade. I played it wasn't San Andreas, was it? I don't remember. I never played GTA 2. That's crazy. What kind of shit about that? I feel like I would be in some ways better with like movie names. I've seen a lot of movies. Wide sweeping shot of it. I'm not gonna get distracted. I gotta go home. I gotta print out a whole bunch of government papers. I'm not gonna get distracted. Okay, game Coin Pusher Reloaded is gonna be out on Thursday. Tomorrow, we'll be on with more Coin Pusher development, and I would like to finish up with the mini games tomorrow. Depends on how good of ideas we can come up with. How many wish lists do we have? That's a good question. How many wish lists do we have? We will check that. Hopefully, maybe up to 200? I don't know. Page crashed. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Push release now. No, let's not do that. I hope, you know, what I really hope, because I've never done this before, I hope they have like a confirmation button and you can't just accidentally click that. Oops. So many people want, I don't know if that many people want Coin Pusher. We're up to 215. We gained quite a bit over the weekend. Oh yeah. One Mac. Our game is not available on Mac. Sorry, one person. Oopsie daisy. How do we see the... countries? Windows emulated, maybe. We have 21% from US, 15% from Japan, 12.5% from China, 7% UK, 6.5% Germany, 4.6% Russian. This is good. A lot of the places that we have translated, I mean, Belgium, I assume that they probably know French enough. Swedish, this is great. Huge numbers from Japan, China, Germany, Russia. Great stuff, great stuff. That's awesome. That's really cool. I hope that they enjoy the game and don't experience problems. But either way, we're going to be on tomorrow with more Coin Pusher sequel, more design. We're going to be doing design for probably the whole week in some way. Thursday, I don't know what it's going to look like yet, but we're going to release the game at 2 p.m. my time, so about 1.5 hours before now in your guys' time is when we'll be releasing it. So for the whole day, I will probably just do some work. And then, you know, about an hour before it's supposed to go live, I'll make sure that the game is running fine, it's all ready to go, the store page, I think it's all okay, so we're gold. We're gold to go. And then we'll release the game and just chill out for a bit. Get that champagne. I can't drink, so I can get non-alcoholic champagne. I can get the champagne for kids where it's just grape juice. Sparkling grape juice. I can get that. I can't get the adult grape juice, unfortunately. Yeah, the Piccolo, exactly. And Goku. And then Borderlands 4 next week on Friday. It should be out by the time we wake up. And we can go pretty big dick into Borderlands 4. I love Borderlands. I'm a little bit scared about how Borderlands 4 is going to be after Borderlands 3. Very, very scared about the story. We'll see. Borderlands is one of my favorite series, so I hope it'll be good. Please. Please. Alright, what else do I have open? Do I need any of this? No. Do I need any of this? No. What is this? Don't need. Any of this? No. Alright guys, thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for the raids today, by the way, and the follows. You baited Jim the Dandy, Editoria, Chicken Tikka Masala, Void Playing Games, and Pre-Marina. Thank you so much for the follows today. Really appreciate that. We're almost to 1,000 followers, in which we will do our 24-hour stream. And Adam McJaguar, thank you so much for the raids today. Huge shout out to those guys. Hope that they are doing well and their games are progressing well. So guys, take care. See you tomorrow. Peace. Have a wonderful one. Cheers. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys.